You know what? I was literally looking over there to click go live, and then I got distracted with Twitch chat for a second, so my apologies. Yo, I am Mentos. Thank you so much for the 41-month resub on the Prime as well. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for joining us, supporting us, and all the rest of it. Really appreciate it. As I think, guys, we are just more or less ready to go into some games. So let's kick this off and cast some StarCraft 2 games. We're going to start off with Mana versus SHIN in a best of 5 matchup in the first round here, guys. So going to get this underway, and off we will go. Ultra Love going to be our opening map as we get things started. Alright, let's get into it. Excuse me. As we kick things off and we get things underway. In the top right-hand corner of the map with our Red Protoss player from Team Liquid, this is Mana. Taking on in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be SHIN. As we get started in this matchup, best of 5 series, going all the way, guys. I'm just going to have to take my hoodie off. It's a little bit warm, so give me 1 second and then we'll talk some ZVP. Alrighty. So yeah, final stream of the year, OSC mid-season playoffs, the final days of this event. Obviously, OSC Championship is one of the things we are going to be covering in a big way throughout the months of January. So that's going to be one of the tournaments we cover a lot of. We cover it every single year. Super happy to be back and doing it again. So that will be very exciting to be back for one more time. And yeah, excited to get that on the go as well. Probe just going around early, we blocked the hatchery on the natural expansion to force that over to the third base location, so just going to get that set up right from the very get-go here. And we just have ourselves, like I say, a couple of moments of getting underway. This probe continues to move about. Just going to be seeing a couple of drones go across to the further afield third hatch location now. Couple of Lings is going to nibble at the probes. Going to be seeing the drone coming back over. Warpgate dropping down. Stargate coming up. There's a couple of Lings continue come back across. Just going to be able to grab the probe initially. Actually, kind of nice to get rid of the probe because now you just know it's gone, and it's one probe that doesn't get back home to mine from Mana. So there's definitely some bonuses to that. As a pylon will go down here, the hatchery still coming up for a moment or two, though, not being brought into play as we speak. Couple Lings go one way, now turning back the other. There's the Queen going to be hanging about, just going to be seeing the Adept going to come shading forward as well, so also just trying to see what we can get done. As we take a few moments, Adept will back over here once again. Twilight Council building through, Gateway coming up. Going to be seeing that hatchery building with a couple of Queens on the way as well. Plenty of Lings making their way through straight to the center of the map there, so they're going to start making their way across nice and quickly and easily, nice and comfortably. And just going to be seeing those few Lings actually do get a wrap around on the Adept, so Adept already going to be taking some damage, the Oracle activating, going after some Lings. I'm just going to be seeing the Twilight Council again continuing through. The Nexus coming through, the drones and the Queens still producing into play as well. That is kind of where we're at for the moment, as the couple of extra gateways continue online. Again, still got that Nexus coming up. The Oracle flies through, and the Queen is going to fire some shots off onto that Oracle. The other couple of Queens continuing over as well. Just going to be seeing the drones continue to move about. Again, the Oracle continues to get back into the center. Again, Blink coming up, the extra gates coming through, the assimilator continues to build as well. We've got Queens, Lings, and Drones all continuing to produce for the moment. So all of that coming online. A few Zerglings are going to get into the center of the map as well. Things going about, just going to be seeing the Nexus still building on that third base. Again, a couple extractors coming through, the couple creep tumors continue to come about. Just going to see that Roach-Roan coming in as well. It's going to be about halfway done here, so just get that Roach-Roan finished up. And a few Zerglings are going to try and wrap around onto the Stalkers as best they can. The Evolution Chamber just going to be finishing in a few moments as well. Again, just going to be having ourselves the Evo Chamber finishing, the Lings all coming through, a lot of that continuing into play at the moment. As the lag comes online, obviously that's your tech from SHIN, but that's a ways off as the Blink is already here and Mana will already be able to apply some pressure pretty decently in the first stages of this. Stasis Ward looking to try and catch and is going to just go off. The Stalkers coming back over as well. We just blink back a little bit. Creep Team is still coming through and getting settled for a few moments. See the Star Treks popping up. Yeah, it's going pretty well. It's nice to see so many people getting involved. It's been good. As these few Stalkers going to get back onto Zerglings here for a couple of moments. So some damage being done. The Queen is going down as well. We've lost one Queen already. Looking as though we're going to lose some extras. The Queens will continue to drop and flop, and that is pretty nice for Mana. He's going to force the drones to pull. He is losing probes across the map though, so for any damage he does here, we're already seeing SHIN capitalizing. So we're seeing the Oracle does get an energy overcharge. Brought back to it. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Stalkers continuing to fight. Lings and Roaches coming through, hitting the rest of these Stalkers as well, getting a wrap around. The Stalkers are going to get actually cleaned up pretty nicely. This was huge for SHIN because he actually did a lot of damage himself, and on top of doing just a lot of damage, he's obviously just dealt with these Stalkers without really losing much, basically. So that's really going to be a pretty nice benefit as well, as now these Lings turn back the other way. +1 missiles and the road speed coming up. The Hydra Den going to be the next step here from SHIN too. So just going to get that Hydra Den online, get some Hydras into production. You still have an Oracle, gateways, and probes producing also. And this Oracle in the center is going to be cruising about too. Figure out what else it might be able to get done for the foreseeable future. Just going to activate with the Full Cell Beam, and with the Revelation going to solo down some creep tumors, trying to keep SHIN pinned back. I mean, this would be nice if you still had the Stalkers to pressure with, but we just saw how many Stalkers died, right? So, not exactly ideal, not exactly the best situation we've ever had, but I suppose could still be somehow much worse. As SHIN will see a single Zergling just moving forward a little bit. The Oracle and the battery still coming online. +1 missiles, Groove Spines coming up as well. So we continue just to bring all of that in. 8 additional Hydras coming up. Again, the Lings and the Roaches will go over to the right-hand side and start to knock their way through this set of rocks. So rocks taking a little bit of damage as well. Hydra coming through, Roaches as well, just going to go pushing about. The Stalkers get chased away a little bit as the Lings are going to make their way down to the bottom side of the map as well. Lings, 3 Hydras, Timber Archives, all getting built up. And again, the Stalker's going to hit. Roach Hydra taking a lot of damage. Roach going to come forward here, just chasing down this Roach Hydra force still. So, continue to do very well at the moment as we actually do get some kills. The problem is the Oracle goes down, and once again now these Stalkers have to start blinking back and retreating. They're going to start taking some damage on the retreat, I feel like. It's not really happening just yet, though. As for the moment, we do continue to stay in there and stabilize. As yo, Mike 6RS, how you doing? 4-month resub on the Prime. Time to click on the Prime. Hell yeah, thank you so much for your Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Stalker still pinging along. As we see Storm coming up, probes and simulators coming through, Ling, Roach, Muscular Augments being added into play as well. And Stalkers continue to go back to the top side of the map, so just going to retreat all the way up to the top, even going to knock down a cooling tower, break down that little bit of position, as again Roach Hydra Ravager is going to continue to step forward for the next few moments. Rox will take some damage. Stalker's going to be there. Just going to see the Zerglings will continue to drop. As again, Roach Ravager Hydra continues to just slip on through. A couple of Stalkers going to get hit hard. Corrosive Vials coming down. Bringing damage from above, and apparently Mana just losing a bit too much, I think, earlier on. That sequence of events where he lost 10 probes, didn't do much on the other side despite the drone pull being forced, and then also just lost the Stalkers, that was a no-go. Plain and simple. That was just an absolute no-go in the end, so that is going to be GG's. And Mana is going to end up dropping the first game of the day to SHIN, as we're going to go to Amygdala for map number 2 of this best of 5 series, guys. Just going to run some ads just because we're early in the day, and just in case it threatens a long game already, we just got to be nice and safe. It's PvZ. We can have long games in PvZ, right? It's not unheard of. I know SHIN's a bit more of an aggressive player, so just playing it safe. Give us a little bit of breathing room and wiggle room just because we are, like I say, super early on in the day. We have not built up a good buffer from the ads that will get forced upon us, so yeah. Awesome. Alright, guys. Mana SHIN, game number 2. Give it a couple of seconds here. Then we'll click go into our second game. Although it is just PvZ, remember, as well. So early game PvZ, not a lot really, not a lot really happens. So I guess we can go in game. This is going to be the 12 pool game, isn't it? We're going to get a freaking 12 pool while everyone's in ads. I'm going to feel stupid, but so be it. So be life. Sometimes it like that, you know. All right, let's dive into game number 2. As we are going to start in the top right corner of the map with the red Protoss player, who is going to be down by a game to start us off. This is going to be Mana. As in the bottom left, our blue Zerg is SHIN. Let me get this up and rolling. Alright, we'll see where this one goes over the next couple of months. Just gonna get that started up here, guys. See what will happen. As the first overlords moving forwards, and that's going to be kind of our excitement for the early moments of this game. As do have the drones coming across, hatchery is going to get placed in position, so it's going to get that immediately where it needs to be, get that set up, and get that all underway as well. Overlord are going to go back and forth for a few moments. Again, just going to be seeing a couple queens on the way out. The Ling speed is building in here. Alright, Deb just going to move. Now we're just going to go for a little bit of a shade, so that's just going to go journeying across the other side. So let me just rearrange things. Replay game, yes, everything is replays today. Everything today is a replay. Everything is a replay. These games are played over the last few days and so on. Just obviously holiday period has to get this event played by a certain point because it affects the OSC Championship bracket, which is going to be starting soon in January. So, yeah, just easier to get it played. I think the intention was to actually play the final day live. It just, like I say, didn't really line up at all, unfortunately. The world is that the way the world is at this point is that there's still just so many StarCraft tournaments. Scheduling is extremely difficult. So that's what we're just gonna hit. Overlord taking damage. We fire up a few shots and obviously get that Overlord killed. Let's see Mana's initial tech structures coming through. He has a Stargate into the Robo facility. No Twilight Council just yet to follow this up. There's a simulator or two gonna go down as well. So it's gonna get all of that into place. Twilight Council, Robo, Gate, and Nexus coming through. The extra probes coming up. Drones and the Spore Crawlers on the way as this Oracle gets deflected. Oracle just chilling out on the bottom. The Ling's going to go wrap around on some Adepts on that left side, so those Adepts will get cleaned up. Prism on the way, Temple Archives coming up. So let's see if those Ling's going to get that. Panel will take some damage. Actually, do see a Temple Archives coming up as well. So Temple Archives going through, the extra gates coming online, and getting the last starts up. And these few Zerglings just continue to maneuver their way around the bases. We're going to see if there's any opportunity for them in the foreseeable future, trying to make things happen. Cool, Archon's going about, the Forge and the Probes continue in. Just going to see those Zerglings. And once again, still trying to find a way forward. They will do their absolute best to be an annoyance here, as you can tell. Things get all the way down to the bottom side. Just going to see the Archons firing. Those Zerglings will take some damage as well. Again, the Archons come back over. And Queen's just going to be seeing a little bit more damage taken as well. So just going to be taking a few more shots. Archons lifting up, dropping back down. Just going to be seeing again the +1 missiles and the roach speed. Both continue to come through. Again, we get that going. The Immortal coming up. 13 roaches, +1 missiles, roach speed. All in the way, but just not ready yet, which allows Mana to beat here and apply some pressure. Archon's taking some damage. The Zergling's going to hop up and down. It's going to be seeing the Queens are there fighting against the Zealots as well. So just a few more shots continue to come in. And those Queens are going to go back. One Archon actually dies. It's a mistake from Mana. Down a game in this series. That's not really how you want to continue. Losing an Archon already is going to really hinder your progress kind of moving through from here. +1 Storm and Charge as the Zergling's going to run into our third base on the counterattack. That at least Mana has covered. Units in position right away. I'm going to make that a pretty comfortable defense as the High Templars plus the Zealots there do indeed turn that around. The Prism still setting up in towards the middle of the map on this gold. And the Oracle going to come through overhead as well. Just going to drop a cheeky little stasis ward down on top of everything else. And that will be that for the moment. So just trying to keep a track of this gold base in case Shin starts to take it for his 5th base. At least you can figure that out. As again, Storm and Charge continue through. The Prism going to return back to the top. Lings and Hydras continuing in as well. See the rest of the Roaches and the Hydras continue to move together. Maybe coming through for a little bit here. Just gonna start knocking down these rocks. So yeah, opening up a little bit of this space. The Prism now making its way over to the left-hand side. So the Prism getting ready to drop in toward the natural here for a couple of moments. I mean, some drones is nice to get rid of, and obviously, you know, that's a consistent threat you can have there as Mana with the Prism, but the only issue being, obviously, Storm does have, you know, energy recharge time, so it's a threat as in it will come in again, but it may not happen immediately as we just start drop lords. Shin says, cool, you've got some, you know, Storms available on the left-hand side, they're not at home. He's going to just get full aggression here, and he's just going to send this and try and get something serious done in these early stages. And drop one more stasis ward down at the front, and our army is going to pull back to exactly where those dropper lords are flying through as they look to get a little pick off. Roach coming over, little stasis ward going to catch. OSC overhead, and a couple of high Templar coming through too as the storm drops onto those roaches. They get turned away. Solid Immortal coming about. That's an Overseer dead, and Shin will be supply blocked coming out of this. Handling Roach Hydra just going to step up. The cannon in the gateway is in some trouble. We actually have the big drop in the natural as well, so the dropper lords unload, and here are going to be where a lot of the probes go down initially. We are going to get storms off to start helping clean this up. On the left side, that group of units will not go very far either. And so don't get me wrong, Shin has done damage, but Mana is going to push it back. And obviously Shin is just currently on a Roach Hydra force without even kind of later game upgrades, right? As I don't know if it's necessarily worth storming each and every one of these dropper lords. Anyways, regardless of that, as we actually have a bit of back and forth with some Immortals on the left-hand side now. I'm actually going to lose one of those. I look at this, I'm like, well, where do we get to? Like I say, it's just Roach Hydra from Shin. He's going to tech into the Infestation Pit now, so he's a long way from teching up, and that's going to be his problem. If he cannot find a way to kind of get out of this army comp, then he's going to have issues further down the line, plain and simple. So, yeah, he really is going to end up in some problems. We have +2 attack, the other ship on the way out. Again, Roach Hydra going to come pressing forward here as we do get a cancel on the Nexus. That is one good thing from Shin, is that he's maintaining mana on 3 bases as he gets his Lurker Den up and looks to tech forward. So thank you, Sorta, for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're now first series of the day. 4 series coming up today in the OSC mid-season playoffs. It's Mana versus Shin. The winner plays Nightmare, the winner plays ByuN, and the winner plays MaxPax in the grand final. It's going to be 3 best-of-5s and a best-of-7 grand final. The only thing about that best-of-7, it does start out the 1-0 lead for the grand final player who's already there from the winner bracket, which is MaxPax. So that is how today is looking. That is how today is going to be set up. That's what's happening. Again, thank you for being here. We appreciate you all tuning in. As, yeah, we sit back, relax, and enjoy some games of StarCraft 2. Currently here on Amygdala, game number 2. Yeah, final games of the new year. Isn't that crazy? Of the, sorry, not of the new year, but of the year. New year tomorrow. No stream tomorrow, guys. I will be back on Tuesday with some OSC Championship qualifier action. So, yeah, fear not. We'll be back on Tuesday and getting 2025 started with all the StarCraft that we can as well. Alright, Roaches, Hydras, the Lurkers continue to gather up. The Immortals are going to be there, and a couple of Lurkers get burrowed right from the very get-go, so they're going to burrow up immediately. The Mothership cloaked very early on. A little sad, because obviously now that feels pretty wasted. Once again, this 4th base gets cancelled. That's Mana's biggest problem. I actually think if he'd been able to keep that 4th base alive, at some point here, like, he'd be maxed out as well, and he'd be really on a good track. I mean, I still like his army, although attacking into Lurkers isn't fun. Right, just firing. The Nexus taking a few more shots. Roach Hydra coming over, some Overseers overhead. It's going to be seeing the Zealot. It's going to be there taking a few shots as well, so they're going to continue to take some hits. Again, Adrenal Glands coming up, +2 Carapace, Seismic Spines, additional Spine Crawls all on the way, +3 attack on the Forge. All of that comes through also here, as you just see this army coming across. A couple of storms come down immediately as well. It's just going to go straight through, and the Roach Hydra going to try and push forward again. The Stasis, oh sorry, the Mothership cloaking still sitting overhead. Just for a little bit, as we have again the Spire coming through, the additional Hydras coming up. I mean, Mana could go and fight those Lurkers. It looks like he wants to open up these rocks and open up different ways to kind of attack into those Lurkers, maybe on a flank. Also gives them the counterattack potential through the center, and obviously that is going to hit the gold base, and that's going to hurt you as Shin. That's going to be a slowdown for you there. You know, the Zealots get a Creep Tumor, and Mana are in a good position to threaten, and Shin's supply is just not kind of doing what it needs to. Mana's army, again, very teched up, and Shin's army, because it was a little bit slow to get to Lurkers because of how the game played out originally, struggling a little bit. I believe Mana's missed detection. Those observers were not close enough there to provide vision on what was the burrowed up Lurkers. Mana's going to be strong enough here to push in, because at the end of the day, Shin is really reliant on the lurkers. So if the lurkers aren't in position, or if they have to run into a fight, they're not going to have a great time either. So Mana can pick away at a base. He's going to keep Shin now on 4 bases, including that goal, which I think we should be able to deny to some extent. I think you should be able to sit behind that and stop mining. And that would push Shin down a 3-base scenario. And then you kind of have a game that you're playing, right? Then we're kind of in business. As the Immortals come through, the Spines go down. Hatchery and Extractor will be taking some shots for now as well. Just going to be seeing the Hatchery going down, a couple of Immortals coming up. Lurkers coming through, Overlord's on the way. Nexus building from Mana, as you just have the Hydra Lurker Force still from Shin getting up to the top side. Lurkers will grab the Nexus, so the Nexus will fall. The Vipers come through, the Hydras coming to bow. Actually going to get another Hatchery cancel here. I mean, this is huge for Mana. He's got an army that is slowly being chipped away at, but he has done so much with it. Denied the gold, denied this base. I mean, we are a 2-base Zerg right now as Shin. The only benefit being is that you're on lurkers that clearly Mana does not want to go attacking into, so yeah. Okay, here we go. I see those lurkers burrow up. The Zealots get chased away through the bottom. Immortals, High Templar, the Prism, and the Phoenix coming around as well. 7 drones getting dropped there so far. Good damage dealt at this point in time. Nabbing at the Drop Lord. There's going to be seeing the Immortals and the Zealots joining up together as well. The Templars continue to move over around the left-hand side. And Lurker Hydra is going to knock through a set of rocks here, so opening up this space, opening up this direction to potentially get up to the high ground and to potentially take something of a trade. Well, Storm's just dropping through. The Observer's still going to be right there. Tempest building, Stargate on the way. We're just going to have ourselves the extra Hydra Lurker producing. I mean, this is a 3rd hatch that has to rebuild from Shin. Long distance mining right now. His economy's in trouble. I just think Mana is kind of correct in the idea that he just can't really push in easily. That's definitely an issue that Mana is currently kind of in the midst of, right? Another storm comes down. The few units start to back away once again. There we go. Actually going to dive forward, but the Blinding Cloud forces these Immortals to come really far forward. They're so clumped up on the bottom side. That's so painful. I feel like I almost want to see him just commit to it at that point, but I understand it because he's taking so much splash damage. That was an unfortunate series of events. I feel like Mana just, if he was a bit more spread out on that fight, I think he's okay. I still think Mana should be kind of alright. Temper's coming out, Storm's available. Could really just do a chipping down some of these Hydras so that they are kind of removed from the equation. That would be so good for you at this point as well. Mana just needed to take like a slightly better fight, and I think we would have already had this game decided, actually. I mean, he really had such a convincing army. Steps up now, and the Zealots are going to get hit by the Lurkers, so that's not going to be fun. Continue to move across. The Overseer has to run. Lurkers do burrow. Mana takes a step away. He's long distance mining the 3 o'clock base now, by the way, as well, so that is also ongoing. As the Hydras take a turn about. The Corruptor still building through, the Hatchery and the Overseer getting built in as well. So all those Corruptors coming by, the Immortals still on the way. Bringing a couple of those out for the moment is just going to get that Viper consuming up once again. Up the Observer with the Corruptors, just going to be seeing the Tempest will take a few shots here, that will go down, so the Tempest drops. Again, the Immortals, High Templars, and Zealots gathering together as well. Bottom right-hand corner, the Nexus sets up as well. These few Hydras still making their way across and seeing if they want to be involved at all. 2 more Immortals coming up. The Zealots are producing. We've got a Great Aspire in the main. Still some Hydras kind of poised on the bottom side of the map as well. Figure out what they want to do is have a few Lurker shots coming in one more time. That Lurker just burrows a bit closer forward. I mean, these probes still just long distance mining unless you retake this base. Clearly Mana does not want to currently do. That's so many Corruptors, by the way, for a single Tempest. The only problem is for mana is that they can actually go on caustic spray and actually be somewhat useful. Funnily enough. That's actually kind of wild as these corruptors are going to go. They're going to caustic spray down at this Nexus. Probe's just going to come back across as well. High Templar's coming through. Corruptors get chased away. Again, that Great Spire is about to finish up here. Corruptor's going to get in there. The Tempest goes down. Everything else going to show up just to clean up on a few of those Zerglings. And our army regathers back through to the top side for the moment. Again, Ling's Corruptor, melee upgrade coming through, a couple Nexus coming in. And we see now our army. Moving about. Wings going down, and the rest of the army gathers in the center. Overlord will get killed as well. Still got that Archon coming up. It's just Archon coming through. Going to step down toward the bottom. Off that hatchery once again, just going to knock that down. Broodlord in production. I mean, Broodlords are an issue for mana. He does not have a good answer to Broodlords in the slightest at the moment. So that is definitely problematic here. As the Broods are going to come stepping through. A couple more on the way up. The melee upgrade still coming out. Most of this army is from mana just trying to retreat away through this bottom side, so doesn't really have much of a opportunity to do much of anything right now, plain and simple. Stalker's getting warped in. The High Templar's still coming over. Broodlords make their way back to the middle of the map now. And again, that melee upgrade coming in. Spine Crawlers will build in the top left. Just going to see the Lings and the Lurkers. Going to hit the gateways. Just going to knock those down. In the center of the map is going to be the Stalkers and Immortals stepping through again. Broodlords are kind of getting caught a little bit. Some storms on them, but arguably could have even been better storms. We just do not have the anti-air to truly fight this Broodlord force, and I think that's going to be maybe game deciding in favor of Shin, who has obviously had a struggle in this game. Got knocked down to 2 bases at one point. Mana messed up some fights against the Lurks, which probably could have gone a whole lot better for him and really made this just a better game and maybe even a very winnable game for him. I mean, I think it already was a very winnable game, just never really put the finishing touches to it, right? So it's going to be seeing those Immortals and everything else continue to come by. Some more damage being done. You have Lurkers and Hydra still stepping up as well. A couple of Lurkers going to go down. They get blasted. They do not burrow. Again, that doesn't matter if you can't fight the Broodlords. And Shin is back up to like a 66 drone 4-base economy again, right? So we are back to an economy enough from Shin that this will continue to look convincing. That Corruptor will go down. The Nexus still taking some damage. Lurkers burrow. The Brood step forward. There's going to be a couple storms onto the Broodlords as well. Ling, Lurker, Hydra, Broodlord stepping up. Ling's just going to wrap around on this Nexus. Going to get jumped on. The Broodlord's going to be there, firing up on it. The rest of the army coming back over that left-hand side. Spine's going to fire it away. The rest of the Ling's coming in from the bottom side as well. Hydra's coming in, +3 missiles. Continue to come through as well. Just going to be seeing still the rest of that Blink trying to get there for mana. The fact he doesn't have Blink's crazy, especially when Broodlords have been on the map, but I get it, right? Like, he's been kind of just about trying to survive without it all up until this point. Obviously, it's all going to come crashing and crumbling down right now. GG's, well played, and that is going to be Shin to take a 2-0 lead. So Shin off to a pretty darn good start, as we are going to head into a game 3 in a few moments. We're going to go to Whispers of Gold, and that's going to be our 3rd map of this series. How's everyone doing? Welcome. As we go to Whispers of Gold here in just a moment, I just want to take a moment to remind you of our sponsorship that is currently ongoing with Star Trek Fleet Command. About 8 days left on that one, guys. Been super successful so far. You can support the stream for free by downloading StarTrack Fleet Command with *star in the Twitch chat. If you get to level 2, that adds $1 to the stream. It takes about 2 minutes once you've installed it. If you get to level 6, which takes about 20 to 30 minutes, you add $2 to the stream, but around the same time you get level 6, you also unlock your second ship, and that adds $9 to our stream sponsor payout. So basically for 20 to 30 minutes of playing, you can unlock $12 that goes to the stream, which helps us run more StarCraft 2 in the future. If that sounds good to you, consider checking out Star Trek Fleet Command. If you enjoy it, you can keep playing and hit even more of the goals and more of the level bonuses that help us further as well. Super simple, super easy. Play it on PC, play it on mobile. All of it works, and all of it allows us to, like I say, run more StarCraft 2 going into 2025 year, and hopefully make it a big one once again for WardiTV and all the StarCraft 2 that we run. So do check out that sponsor. Like I say, one of the easiest and best ways to support the stream right now. We've actually had something like 50 people get to level 2. Yeah, we've had 50 people get to level 2, 47. 33 of those people went all the way to level 6. And 30 out of 33 people that got to level 6 unlocked their second ship. So that really does go like hand in hand. So like I say, when I say get to level 6, you get your second ship. You really do, and like I say, that adds a whole bunch to the stream for free. So do check that out. Give me 1 sec on the YouTube chat. I can give you a link for it if you want to check it out as well. There you go. Alrighty, game 3, as we kick this off and we get this going. Okay, to simulator continue to come through. Just going to be seeing a couple of drones and the hatch coming up as well. As we take ourselves a few moments, just got the assimilator coming up here on the side of mana. Probe really moving over toward the main base as well. Just gonna get all of that settled in here as our hatch gas and pool come online. We've seen that probe coming across, drone chasing around, overload overhead. I'm just going to see overload on the bottom side as well as we take a few moments to settle. Against Cybercore and the assimilator continuing up also, so we get all of that coming through for the moment. Queens and Ling still producing in as well. Just going to get that Ling speed coming up also. Let's just gather up against Stargate coming through. Warp Gate coming online. And the Adept is going to come across as well. Stargate coming through, and the Adept continues to shade. We've seen that Adept coming over. As long as we about to finish up again, drones, queens, hatchery coming up and get ourselves a few moments here. Obviously, mana down 0-2 is in the kind of do or die position right now. Must win this game, otherwise gets knocked out of the OSC mid-season playoffs. He had to win this tournament today if he wanted to make it to the upper bracket of the OSC championships. That's now going to be looking difficult, being down 0-2, and obviously a gauntlet of players still to go. It was odds stacked against him to begin with anyway, but it's coming through. We've seen our Twilight Council coming up as well. Then drop that gateway into position again. Twilight Council coming through. A couple queens coming up. The Ling's moving over. And Ling's just gathered. Just going to see the Oracle coming across. Queen just going to fire up a little bit as well. And then Oracle coming back over. Let's see, a couple Oracles coming through. Forge coming up, gates coming in. Just going to be seeing the Zerglings making their move back down to the bottom side. Again, Roach Runabout are finished. A couple extractors coming through. Lair building, drones on the way. Again, the Adepts and the Oracles move down at the right as the Zergling comes back the other direction for just a couple of moments here. You can see that Ling gonna go nibbling. Stalker gonna take some damage. I'm gonna extract the Evolution Chamber, Lair. Ling's drones and an Overlord will continue up as the Adepts shade by. The couple Queens come through, just gonna hit the Oracles for a couple of moments, really trying to just fend those back off and push them back wherever they can. As the Oracles and Adepts together, we'll gather back towards the middle of the map here, and we will set up to see what more we can get done over these next few moments. And Blink coming up very soon, the +1 coming in. We've seen our pylons building across the top. There's going to be a battery that goes along with that. And Queen shoots, the Oracles take some damage, the Adepts are going to go shading back. Once again, there's the throne that becomes a hatchery, just going to see the Oracles activate to knock that hatchery down. The hatchery will fall. Queen just going to shoot, the rest of these Stalkers going to step up as well, so they're going to make their way forward right now as we have the cannon and the +1 attack upgrade, Hydra Den, Hatchery Overlords, +1 missiles and roach speed. We've got bits of everything continuing through. That Stalker, well, those Lings trying to catch that Stalker, not quite able to there. The Oracles come back around. The Ling's going to go counter. Hydra's out on the map already here from SHIN. Things are looking... I'm very intrigued to see how aggressive he gets, I suppose. 6-7 drones is not super all in, but there's a world where he just doesn't take a 4th base, so he takes a later 4th base, and obviously just goes big on the Ling Hydra. Right now he's going big on the Ling Hydra because the Stalker's right up in his face, but I wonder if he takes that across the map aggressively. Interesting, he's getting roach speed, but has not built a single roach here. As that Stasis Ward only catches a couple Lings. Lings are very important, because they are going to tank for the Hydras. If the Lings are in front of those Hydralisks, they do so much. Helps out massively. As those Lings continue to chase through, Stasis Ward is going to catch a few of the Zerglings. They're going to turn around. Lings and Hydras take even more damage, and Stasis Ward coming down there too. Again, Ling Hydra Roach continues to step up. Stalker's going to get pushed away. Just going to be seeing the Oracles going back again as the Roaches and the Hydras just continue to come through. So just going to step up again. A couple of those troop teams continue to go down. The Oracle's going to be overhead. The rest of the Roach Ravager Hydra will step up as well. The Stalkers just blink back immediately. There goes an Oracle getting taken down right now too. And +2 missiles. The Musco Organs continue to come about. Storm on the way up, +2 attack coming through. Approaches Hydra's to find some shots. The Stalkers be taking some hits. Just going to be having again the Hive coming through, the Lurker Den coming about. Hydras and the Overseers continue to go over for the moment. And we've seen the High Templar just going to build up too. Just going to get a +2 attack, and the Storm continuing in. Cannons building. This army of mana continues to chill on the top right-hand side. SHIN is about to hit the Hive Tech as mana warps in a few more Zealots. Charge halfway done for him as he comes around the left and now figuring out what he would like to do. Again, +2 missiles coming up, the Spines are coming in. Lurkers are going to fire across, just going to jump onto this Hatchery. Hatchery will take a lot of damage, it is going to go down. The Hydras are going to look to try and chase across at the same time, so also coming over here. As the Storm will drop, those Hydras take a lot of damage. Storms all over the place. Hydras taking a ton of damage, in fact. Now he's blinking around into the center. And it's a lot more Lings. The Seismic Spines continuing through. Charge on the way up. The Observer coming in. A couple of Zealots on the right. Mana, I mean, gets a bit of a trade here. Backs off now. The problem's going to be, again, he's kind of on Stalker High Templar, which doesn't really have many Zealots in play just yet. Still hasn't had Charge, right? Which is probably something that really is missing from his army. Charge should help him out a lot. And Hydra will knock down the rocks in the middle of the map. Stalks and the High Templars gather up. Robo Facility, a Beacon, all of that continues through. So the step underneath that Overlord goes down. A couple of Storms coming in. Lings taking damage as well. Now the Lurkers pop up. They're going to pull back as well. Nice blink forward. You're going to see one Lurker, two Lurkers going down. Make it a third, and a few of those Lings and Hydra still taking shots up to the top side. Ling Hydra Lurker pushes in. I mean, this is where Mana actually now has to attack into Lurkers because you've let SHIN come across the map. You're meant to have the map control here with these Stalkers, but once these Lurkers are in position, Stalkers are going to struggle. I mean, this is just a portion of the Lurkers as well. The rest weren't even burrowed, and it was good enough for SHIN. And they're going to get 3-0'd here today, unfortunately. It's going to be a pretty brisk ending to this first best of 5. As SHIN takes a 3-0 and advances to the next round of the lower bracket that he is fighting through here in the OSC mid-season playoffs. So congrats to SHIN moving through the next round. Unfortunately for Mana, today was just not quite his day. He's had some good results lately, but like I say, today was just not quite meant to be his day. And that will be that. Okay guys, let me throw some ads on, and we'll get ourselves ready for our second series, which is going to be Nightmare taking on SHIN in this next round. So we're going to get Nightmare versus SHIN coming up for series number 2. And we'll kick this off and see how our career versus career section of the bracket now is going to go then. So it's going to be SHIN versus Nightmare. The winner plays ByuN. These guys scrapping it out for a chance to play against MaxPax in the grand finals today. Of again these OSC mid-season playoffs with different things, obviously money on the line, but different things on the line in terms of seeding for the OSC championship, dependent on each player as well. Yeah, just looking back through the bracket, so SHIN actually lost to MaxPax originally in the upper bracket, that's why he is down in the lower bracket. Nightmare lost to MaxPax, and ByuN lost to, that's actually so funny. All 3 of these Korean players are in the lower bracket because they lost to MaxPax. Mana was in the lower bracket because he lost to ByuN. And yeah, SHIN, Nightmare, and ByuN all lost to MaxPax and hence ended up in the lower bracket. SHIN beat Skillers the round before this one as well, so his run's been pretty neat. Nightmare just beat Geralt, and obviously ByuN hasn't had to beat anyone. He's in the lower bracket finals because he dropped in the winner bracket finals, so there's some info for you guys. Is again, OSC Championship coming up. I guess we will have the OSC Championship bracket kind of really decided very soon as well, right? Just we will actually have a we'll actually know what the bracket looks like kind of after, I guess, today's games, because that should be kind of seeded, although I guess they have to confirm with all the players, so that's a factor as well. Again, that OSC Championship bracket is just a huge bracket. OSC is a tournament that happens over the entire course of a year. And so, you know, we build up points in a bunch of different smaller tournaments, and then you come to the OSC Championship, you play this massive double elim bracket. Some players start in the upper bracket, some players start in the lower bracket based on how you performed in the year on the OSC system. And you just grind it out. You get 1 or 2 lives to try and make a bracket run, and that's your OSC Championship. Very fun event. We'll talk much more about that when we get to that point in a week or so with the OSC Championship game starting up. Thank you so much for just hitting level 2 as well on the Star Trek Fleet Command. That was Cuckoo Roos. Thank you so much for the level 2 on the Star Trek. Almost at 50 level 2s, guys. Amazing. Really has been worth pushing this one a little bit, so I'm glad that we did. Just waiting for one person to come back from being AFK, and we can kick off into Nightmare versus Shin for some PvZ action. We'll kick this off and get this PvZ underway. I think we should just be good to go. Waiting for one more upper bracket player to confirm their attendance. There you go, guys. So we're not far from seeing what the upper bracket of the OSC Championship looks like. And like I said, there's been a lot of events this year. I think it's going to be a pretty star-studded lineup in that upper bracket. Alright, let's hop into game number 1 of this next best of 5. So we're going to keep the best of 5s rolling here. As mentioned, it is going to be between Shin and Nightmare. We get this going. We get this underway. Did you see it correctly? MaxPax already qualified. So all of these guys will already be and all the remaining players will already be in the OSC Championship because they have enough points. The direct seed from the mid-season playoffs, from winning the mid-season playoffs, is something which puts you further into the tournament to begin with. So if the other guys lose, then one of those guys basically making the finals guarantees you that better seed anyway, as far as I'm aware. Unless it just I'm not sure, Eddie, does it go to points or does it go to whoever like makes the finals for the seeding preference? Because they have the highest seeds possible, right? They start pretty deep in the bracket. So yeah, it just depends on what they prioritize, whether it's just, if MaxPax wins it twice, it may just go to the highest OSC points on the year. And like I say, it's all seeding. These guys are going to be there because they've earned enough points anyways. It's just about how deep in the bracket you start. So yeah. We do have bottom right side. Our red Protoss player is going to be Nightmare. And then in the bottom left, our blue Zerg is Shin as we kick off. And we get this underway. Get ready to go into some best of 5 PvZ action. As in the bottom left, it's Shin. In the bottom right, it is Nightmare. And we kick off into this best of 5 here on El Dorado. Fun map to start the series on, actually. As we get into the first game. Overlord's just coming across. A couple PvZs in a row, but the winner of this will play ByuN, so we will see ourselves a PVT or a ZVT in the next round. Yes, I kind of cheer on... okay, for the sake of not casting mirror matchups, I cheer on Shin, because if Shin wins, then it's ZVT, and then it's guaranteed non-mirror matchup grand final. So that's kind of my... that's my... If I have to be biased towards someone or something, that's my bias for the day. How about that? Shin Nightmare is pretty cool because Shin has been an absolute king in the off-season. Confused how, you're confused how MaxPax is qualified from this tournament. He's not. He's not qualified from this tournament. He's qualified from mid-season playoffs 1. This is the second mid-season playoffs of the year for the OSC Championship. So MaxPax won the first one, and because of that, he can't improve his seed anymore. But the mid-season playoffs have never been won by 2 players, by the same player in the same year. So, yes, basically MaxPax is just looking to be the first player to do that, earn some money. Yeah, but he won the first one already, so there's actually 2 of these in the year. So the 2 mid-season playoffs winners, so they actually get in seeds 5 and 6, so the points actually count for a little bit more this year. Am I crazy, or was it last year was the mid-season playoffs players, did they start even further? I thought they started even further ahead. So MaxPax and ByuN finishing the top 4 of the rankings. For those guys, they already have very good seeds as well. Okay. Yeah. It's a little bit convoluted if you're just trying to follow it from not following it at all, but it's actually a very cool system that is... only seems convoluted because it's so in-depth and actually really rewards people from playing in the tournaments No change? Oh, so I'm just completely misremembering. For some reason, I thought if they won, they were super far in, but never mind. Alright, but yes, TLDR, guys. Lots of tournaments happen. OSC points get earned. OSC points alongside these mid-season playoffs are the top 4 OSC points. Oh my god, I'm not doing a good job explaining this at all. Top 4 in points get really good seeds. The mid-season playoff winners get seeds just below that. And then the 14 other players go below that. So basically, TLDR, playing a lot of tournaments, get points, and you start really deep in the tournament, or win the mid-season playoffs to also start pretty deep in the tournament, but not quite as far. Oh, that was way more... I think I'm making it more complicated than it ever needs to be. I think I am the problem, actually. I think I am the problem. I am the complication. Oh, that Stasis Ward catches on a couple of queens. That's fun. And Shin's taking a gold base on the bottom side, but the queens get caught in a stasis, and the Oracle captivates our attention here because it's getting so many drones. Shin with a disaster of a start. My goodness, that is so much damage taken. 8 workers going down before 4.5 minutes. That is so much damage dealt. Ouch. That is genuinely very painful. That is genuinely very, very painful. Oracles gather up. We will see the links continuing through. Evolution Chamber on the way. Drones building. A couple of Adepts going to get back to the Watchtower. And that's while that counts are building up. A couple of gates coming online. Probes, Nexus, Blinken +1 building. The Evolution Chamber coming through here on the side of Shin. It's just going to get that over as well. As this Oracle combo. We'll get back to the center of the map. The Ling's trying to get a wraparound on the Adepts. Will not get anywhere though. So no fortune found there. People back over the left-hand side. Still have some additional gateways coming online. Adepts and Oracles just gathering in the center. Melee upgrade coming through. The Roach Roan producing. Gonna get another Stasis Ward put into place as well. Stalker fires up. That Overlord will take a few more shots. And the +1 blink still coming through. Stasis just catches a single Zergling, nothing too impactful in that regard. The Queen's going to start turning back around the other direction as we continue to get our upgrades coming through. It continues to come through the bottom. Takes that Watchtower, just going to see the Stalkers stepping up here. It's going to knock down the Rock Tower. It's just going to block the counterattack pathway through this bottom side. Oh, I kind of love this, because obviously we're playing bottom of the map versus bottom of the map, and by knocking those rocks down, you take away pretty much the only way that Shin can flank you and surprise you and really kind of make your life miserable, so that's actually very cool. Is a few Lings get caught in a stasis again. The Stasis Ward's coming up. We're going to get a little recharge on one of those Oracles to keep them with enough energy to keep on being successfully active at the moment. And these Stalkers will just sit down on that bottom side. A few of the Zerglings trying to wrap around and actually going to go around the right. Yeah, and Eldorado getting a little bit of a catch on a few of these Stalkers, so some damage being done. Well, the Stasis Ward coming down. +2 melee, failing speed, Roach speed all continues up as well. Going to see that Stasis Ward continue to come into play right here. I'm just going to be seeing our Queens and our Lings continue to gather together also. Just stepping up. Feel the Lings going down. Stasis Ward still setting up. The Lings are going to try and catch these Stalkers. As the Stasis Wards keep on firing through, the Stalkers will keep on shooting. The Lings, the Roaches, and the Queens will go back the other direction, getting punched the other way. Again, just going to have ourselves the Roaches and the Queens trying to hold on, but I mean, remember that Shin took so much damage super early in this game, and that really does have such a massive impact in a situation like this. And that's going to be GG. Nightmare takes game 1 of the best of 5. That is going to be our first game of the series as Nightmare. Just off to a very strong start. I mean, he just did so much damage earlier, so it's really hard to compete or compare with that at all, to be honest. So yes, that's going to be a GG's, and we'll head into the game 2 here in just a couple of moments. Get that started up for you guys as well. Alright, we'll give it about 15-20 seconds here, guys, and then we'll kick this off. We'll just get this underway, get this started here. And then we can go. Let's do it. Let's jump into game number 2 of Nightmare vs. SHIN. To get our second map started up again. Thanks for joining us today, guys. Good to see you all. To kick off into Ultra Love. Get this underway. We're going to be starting in the top right side of the map, where our blue Zergy is going to be down a game and looking to bring it back. This is going to be SHIN in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, while down in the bottom left-hand corner we have the red Protoss player, just again able to do so much aggression in the early stages, really able to get something done early on, benefiting a lot from that. It is Nightmare as we get into game 2 now of the best of 5. Gonna drop a gate down at the front, a hatch and a couple of drones will come through for a moment. That gateway there, again just going to be seeing the hatch, the drones, the assimilator and the gate coming up as well. It's just a little bit of everything. Very standard. First few moments, looking comfortable, looking cozy. Thank you, by the way, Gentleman Akira, 64-month resub. Really appreciate it. And Subsolar coming in with a level 2 on the Star Trek Fleet Command as well, mate. Appreciated that as well. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for checking out the sponsors. Thank you for subscribing. Keeping the Wardy stream alive. There's our Proby. Gets here to build the Nexus, build the Cybercore, and our early game continues to be kind of as expected. There's no scout across the map from Nightmare, so he's just going to very much say, yeah, you go do your thing. I'm not going to worry about you. I'm not going to worry, you know, what's going on there at all. I'm very okay with just where things are at right now. So he's just going to be chilling, hanging. And yeah, Cybercore coming up. The Nexus comes through. Catching a couple drones coming up as well. That's Cybercore also about to be done here on the side at Nightmares. Just going to get that finished up on top of everything else. Left in the probe, still building through. The couple lings coming about. The Queen is on the way. A hatchery on the top side here from SHIN on the 12 o'clock will set up. The Overlord also taking position as we speak. Nexus finishes, and we'll see some probes starting to build out. Swing speed, Stargate, Depth, Warp Gate. We have the Ling on the right hand side, going to keep moving about for a few moments as well. Just going to keep that on the go for a little bit here as they settle down for this one. Overlord is going to be hanging around. Another gateway coming up. The Adept comes over as well. So again, we just get all of that set up for a few moments. Again, the Link Speed, the Lings and Queens coming about also. Just chilling over there. It's going to be seeing the Stalker picking away at this Overlord, so the Overlord will take quite a bit of damage as well. And damage dealt. And Queen's coming up, the drone's on the way. Next continues to produce. The Lynx is going to get there and wrap around the Adept. Lynx turn around. The Oracle obviously a good part of the defense in this one. as we have ourselves that evolution chamber building with drones on the way, Queen attached to it as well. Continue to just get that rolling. Evolution chamber is halfway done. The extra Lings producing, the Overlords are in production as well. Twilight Council and Forge continue to build up from Nightmare. Will MaxPax ever play offline? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Will there ever be an offline tournament for MaxPax to play in again? Of course, nobody knows, right? I mean, we've got a lot of questions to ask this year in StarCraft 2, sadly. Lings wrap around, a couple of Adepts taking some damage. You can see a bunch of those going down. I mean, the Lings turned away in the end. We lose 2 Adepts, 9 Lings, build a battery. Now the upgrade on the way, so we're going to continue to be pretty Ling heavy in this game. As Shin will continue to get that settled as the Lings regather. Again, Lair coming through, everything else joining together. We'll just take a few moments here in the early stages. Get settled down. Revelation comes through, hits a few of those Lings already, so again, just a little bit of damage being done on those right there. The Ling's now going to come across, and some Stalkers going to get caught, going to jump onto some of these warping in Adepts as well, so just going to pick through those. Adepts will take some damage, the Adepts continue to try and help the defense. We'll defend, just losing the Stalker. As on the middle of the map, the Oracle start to come back home. These Adepts are going to commit on the other side. They believe that they have an opportunity to make something happen here as well, as they go straight into this mineral line. 4 drones go down, and that will be that for the moment. Let's just regather. Everything coming through. Hydrogen coming across for now. And these Lings are really still looking for opportunities. Not finding much just yet, even with that melee upgrade. They can't just go diving into a lot of those choked up positions. There's just not a good enough surround to be had on those. Let's try and move up. The Stalker's going to be there. Stasis Ward, Revelation goes down onto those Zerglings, pushes it the other way. 16 Hydras in production too. Stalkers and the Oracles still gathering together. The Stalker step up. Hydras on the way out. Just going to be seeing the, again, +2 attack and charge. Still building in from the side of Nightmare. All the Lings go around the bottom right. Just going to grab the Nexus. A few more Zealots getting warped in too. Again, +2 attack charge. Both continuing to come over. I'm just going to come down the bottom side. Stasis was to try and catch this to slow down Shin's advance, which is nice. Most of the Organs not ready yet, so these Hydras are super slow. Some units coming through. The Hydra's going to fly. A couple of Zealots going down. The Oracle's going to go back the other direction as well. I mean, the Oracles go down very quickly. I think we've got enough to overpower the Hydras, so they're not going to be able to stick around forever. This part of it is going to end up being cleaned up. We're just taking some shots. Just blink, Hydra's taking damage. Ling's on the bottom right trying to hit the Nexus, unable to for the moment though. The rest of the Stalkers now coming back up to the top side. Gonna find an Overlord already. And Ling's Hydra's gonna be there, just gonna be seeing those Stalkers getting chased. A little bit more damage being done. It's going to be seeing the Ling still chasing through. The Stalker still taking shots. We fire back the other direction. Lurker Den comes up here from Shin. 14 more drones producing. The +2 attack is on the way on the Forge as well. And we just have ourselves Nightmare on a pretty decent kind of hold, I guess. I mean, he survives and Shin now forced to go to Lurkers. I mean, not that Shin hates going to Lurkers, just it is going to force you into a little bit of a later stage of this game than where we were originally headed. Stalker still move about. Ling's actually going to get one more Stalker over on the other side just for a moment or two there. Again, 6 more Lurkers coming up, plus 2 missiles on the way. The Hive Tech is building as well, so we continue to bring that over for the moment. Lurkers get burrowed. Prism on the far right-hand side, Observer in the center, Stalker still gathering. 5th base now coming online here from Nightmares, so really playing all the way across the bottom side of the map. Got a Stride coming through. That means the DTs are going to be a little bit more impactful as well. On the right side, a few Zealots catch a few Lings. A little bit of action on that. The beacon coming through. Again, Ling Hydra Lurker coming over as well. Stalker's just in position, turning things around. The rest of the units, the Zealots on the far right side as Ling Hydra Lurker comes back again. We've seen the Zealots going to continue to swipe, so a few of the Zerglings take some damage as well at the moment. Just shots coming through. Lings and the Lurkers coming over. We've seen the rocks get knocked down. Obviously, this is where it gets dangerous, where these Lurkers are going to be able to start taking some positions against you. So, definitely a little bit of a concern for the next few moments as the army of Shin does step back. The DTs are the problem at the moment, apparently. Do not have a proper real way to deal with those right now, so that is the issue. These DTs are actually going pretty darn huge, and they are getting a lot done. They actually are indeed succeeding. For the moment, as Lings, Hydras, and Lurkers come back around, the few Zealots just going to come jumping back across as well. So they're going to try and see what they can do. Plus 1 air weapons on the way, 21 drones down with Zealots in the main base as well. The Hydra's going to try and lunge for the Prism. They're going to get there, but not before 2 more Zealots warp in, so the Prism down, but the Zealot's still in the main and able to have an impact on the way that this is going currently. So that is a current factor. As the Mothership, like I say, from Nightmare should help him out a little bit as this game progresses through as well. So we just get all of that coming about. And a couple of Immortals coming up as well, plus 1 air weapons in production. All of our Stalkers and Zealots gather together. The few Zealots here getting warped in as well. Again, a few Hunters taking the Watchtower for a couple of moments too. Boosting out some of these Immortals. That robot facility is a-cranking. As again, the simulators come by, the probes, the Immortals, and everything else still coming in as well. Plus 3 attack, plus 2 air weapons. All the simulators continuing by. Lings and Lurkers are going to come over. They're going to burrow up. As this Nexus will take shots, a lot of probes going down. 15 workers being killed. On the other side, Zealot's going to start running in to the 12 o'clock to the right-hand side. That's a lot of probes that do drop here, so a good start from Shin, and he's defending well. He's not in trouble in the other positions, I would say, so that's definitely a help to him. Let's just see the rest of the Zealots coming through and actually knocking down a couple of those Spawn Hydras. So Zealot's still being there means that Shin is now taking damage too. So he's also not having the easiest of times at the moment. Plus 3 missiles, plus 2 air weapons. The carrier production starts. Nightmare starts to make a tech switch, which is going to be tough to deal with. Upgrade still coming through. The rest of this army coming back over. And a couple of carriers coming about. The Overseer morphing in. The Lings and the Hive's going to catch us out there. Continue to set back up. Lings going to chase. The Zealot's going to get pushed. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers coming through as well. Hydra's going to get there to play defense. Just going to be seeing everything else going down the bottom. There's a Mothership there. Mothership actually does deal significant damage nowadays as well, so something we have to kind of keep an eye out for as those Zealots continue to move about. Just going to charge forward. The Lurkers are going to be finding some shots in return. But it's got 2 armies here, obviously, from Shin. One from the right side where we're just at. This army on the left side is very much so active and impactful as well, so both of these continue to try and do as much as they can here as we actually recall over here to try and fight this position and break through here as easily and as quickly and as effectively as we can, basically. Those Lurkers do end up getting chased away. So the Lurkers get chased off. On the left-hand side, the Hydras and the Lurkers come through. The Lurkers going to get burrowed. They're going to start chasing after a bunch of those cannons. And recall across here now as well. So we're seeing the Interceptors continue to fire up, and we are just going to be seeing our Hydras continuing to build. I mean, this is Nightmare pushing this back, and SHIN is not looking good at the moment. His army is not looking strong enough at all. Back to the left-hand side. That's going to be seeing our army still gathering up. Zealots coming through. A couple of 15ers coming in as well. It's going to be seeing our army getting ready there. Extra Hydras coming up. Nexus in production. This army repositions. They are going to take a few moments. As the Zealots and Stalkers and everything else comes back over, the Ling's going to get down to the bottom right-hand side. PT's coming about, Archon's coming in. And we're seeing those Corruptors coming up as well. This force over on the left is going to be seeing Nightmare moving about with the Zealots, Immortals, Stalkers, and the Archons. It's going to keep those cruising as the Zerglings of SHIN get down to the bottom side once more. This army of Nightmare now through into the center of the map. Again, +1 flyer attack upgrade, the carapace upgrade coming through for the ground army. SHIN's army is getting rebuilt at least, so he's going to have a little bit more of a chance than what I thought he was. Back over the left-hand side, the Zealots, the Archons, the Stalkers continue to gather up. The Hydras and the Lurkers come through. Corruptors and the Spines continue to come up. Still got the Carriers producing. Storm is Chrono boosting as well. Another nice addition from Nightmare. Kind of funny you're on Carriers and you didn't even get to your Storm yet. Like, that is such an oddity compared to usual. And Carriers building, +3 air weapons coming through. I mean, obviously Nightmare's army just getting better and better, with Storm arriving and +3 air weapons coming through, looking good. Changeling just going to come and step through. And again, Storm, +3 air weapons, all of that continuing about. Adrenal Glands building, the carapace coming through on the Evolution Chamber. Lurkers and Hydras make their way back into the center of the map as well. Corruptors and the Overseers join up as well as we get ready for a dive to the bottom left. Lurkers burrow, a couple of those Zealots going down. In fact, a lot of those Zealots going down. Good start of the fight from SHIN because he gets position. Position means a lot in these situations, as we've definitely seen throughout the course of a lot of these games. Because now we see the Corruptor's going to dive in. Mothership going to be taking some damage. In fact, Mothership going to go down already. Storm going to try and come through as well, as you just have the Hydras trying to fight back. The Carriers launching those Interceptors and really trying to just do whatever they can. They actually just wiped this Nightmare army, my goodness. SHIN just destroyed this. The only thing he doesn't have is enough anti-air to kind of keep this going right here and now, but apart from that, I think we're looking pretty darn good, all things considered. It's a pretty amazing start here for SHIN to this later stage of the game. Nightmare's in a position where he's going to have an income, but he's not going to be super rich to instantly rebuild either. That's a lot of units lost. We're talking about, 5 of the Carriers went down and a lot of the ground support as well, so there's a lot of different pieces to rebuild into now. SHIN's army is not exactly super high-tech, but he's got 17 Corruptors, so the last 3 Carriers are kind of sitting ducks, and he's got a Lurker count to work with on the ground, plus Link support as well. And credit to SHIN, because this was a game that definitely went away from him in quite a few different ways. That's definitely not been ideal. The Link is going to get a Zealot, going to get a DT and so on, but yeah, it wasn't ideal, but he's brought it back. And it actually does look as though it's, I don't want to say unwinnable for Nightmare, but it's definitely a step away from where he wants to be. at this point in time. Just come back over. The overseers are going to be there too. Just going to fire up a few more shots. Get ready to go and charge in. Try and make a bit of an impact here. Going to be having our Zelda's gun charge straight through, so Spine's going to be in some trouble right from the get-go as well. You can see the Lurk is moving across. Spinecrawler will go down. Hydра's going to be there too, so all those Zeldas just dropping. The Lurk is going to pick him away. Actually got Corruptors, Lurkers still coming up. Obviously the harassment of Nightmare not going far, and that means that Shin will continue to stay in a pretty good position here. You see those Archons coming back through as well. Bring everything back over. The Lurker Hydra is going to be getting surrounded a little bit. Those Archons, they have short range, but they actually, you know, if they get on top, they can do some work. I mean, would rather this be Immortals, but obviously just doesn't have the rogue production in place to really get enough of those out to make a difference. Oh, well, the Archons tried. They did their best. Like I say, them having a short range really kind of nullifies so much of what they can do. That's going to be GG's, and it is going to be Shin to take a 1-1 tied-up scenario in this best of 5. So there you go, guys. So we are going to get 1-1 tied up and ready to jump into a game number 3 with everything to play for here in the OSC mid-season playoffs lower bracket. We're going to head into that game 3 in a moment. We'll just run ads, because I swear just as we have about to like create some buffer on the ads, we end up kind of having a long game that undoes it. Not going to complain about long games though, but we'll just take a moment for some ads. As, yeah, we'll just take a moment. Get that set. Away we will go. Awesome. Corrupted Lurker is pure as strong. Yeah, I mean, you just got to the right kind of army there, especially towards the end as definitely got to the right kind of army just there at the end as Shin able to really make a lot happen with that. Went a long way. We'll go into our game number 3. Like I said, just give it another 30 seconds or so for some ads to play, guys. Once those ads have played out, we can very happily continue through and go from there. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Beautiful stuff. All right. Again, thanks so much for joining us today, guys. So good to see you guys. Thank you for OSC for having us here to cover our final day of the mid-season playoffs. Appreciate OSC having us back. We don't have all the time in the world to cover all their events anymore, but we partner with them for a lot of stuff. They're one of our sponsors for the WardiTV Mondays as well, so they are a big part of making that amazing event happen and all those amazing Monday games that we've seen lately. So we love OSC here. Very happy to have them with us and supporting and helping us to do these things. So shout out to OSC one more time. As we continue with the mid-season playoffs here. Game number 3 coming up between Nightmare and Shin. We go to the bottom right-hand corner of the map with our blue Zerg player. This is Shin, and he ties it up with that previous series going here, or previous game going his way just about in the end over Nightmare, the red Protoss on the top left-hand side, who at a point I really thought had gotten to an army that was going to be very difficult to contend with for Shin, but yeah, Shin just says, no problem for me, I'm good. And he really did just kind of cruise through at that point and take some very good fights. Once he reset that army one time, it was obviously an extremely uphill, difficult battle to get back into on the side of Nightmare. And from there, it didn't really seem like there was going to be much coming back in the slightest. So as that drone settles down, I'm just going to be coming up the left side here. The probe goes out on the map. Shin has been a player to proxy hatch and to be kind of throwing hatchery kind of shenanigans around. He's going to go hatchery first, but he could go 3 hatch before pool, with the 3rd hatch being this proxy hatchery. So that is a possibility here in the next few moments, something we can definitely dive into As we're going to be having our drone just going to step up. And yep, just going to go for the hatchery on the natural. I'm just going to block that straight away. So that is why it's a problem here for Nightmare, because now this gets blocked. And obviously this is something which means you can't expand. And that is definitely a little bit of a problem as the Cyber Core will go down. Pros will get straight to the hatcheries, just going to nibble through those. As the Cyber Core, the Zealot coming up, a couple hatches, gas, and a pool coming about. The drone is on the way. Pros continue to just nibble through the hatchery for a few moments. Damage being done. Obviously, you just got to respond to this, right? So this is 5 probes on mine. I think this is about the correct response. 5 probes. Gets the hatchery low enough so that when the Zealot shows up, the Zealot can get the kill on this before it, has time to get a Queen out and a Creep Tumor down, because that's one of the big issues. If a Creep Tumor goes down here, you end up blocked for so much longer than you would otherwise. So it's extremely important that you come through and you're able to kind of handle that ASAP, and that is exactly what we do here. The probe pull, like I say, is an essential part of it. We now get ready to drop the Nexus down. The drone tries to steal the gas, which is definitely a move. Actually a really good move if you can get away with it. But probe in position to block the gas steal, so the gas steal will not be stolen. And that is actually very important, so that is definitely some good news, as well as the Zealot is still chasing that drone around in a couple of circles for a few moments as well. And things be coming up, a few Lings and Queens, the drones continue to produce on by for a little bit. Just going to have ourselves the Stargate starting from Nightmare, and obviously with a little bit of a weirder start, we are still going to head into all the normalities of a PvZ, which is going to feature the Stargate. Oh, I actually kind of like this from SHIN. I'm going to drop this in the corner and just say maybe, just maybe, I can get away with a little bit more aggression here with a proxy hatch in the main place. Okay, I'm very intrigued as a couple of adepts from Nightmare are going to shade straight through into the natural, then up into the main base. So they're going to get going almost immediately here. They're going to go journeying across for a little bit. Again, Void Ray coming up, the Warp Gate coming online. All of that continue to come through as our gateway also producing. Hey, what's up, Bivy Jum? How you doing, mate? 34-month resub. Thank you so much for the big resub. You know we appreciate that. As always, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a few links pop out, the Adepts going to end up in some trouble. Going to have to recall away, so those Adepts just trying to stay alive and keep themselves healthy for a future endeavor. One goes down. But the thing is, this hatchery is now finishing in the main base. There is a Void Ray that attaches itself to it. However, we're going to have Lings that are threatening the front already, and this means the Void Ray is busy on that hatchery rather than, actually helping with this defense more effectively. I mean, that's kind of a big deal, because these Lings come back through, and we'll continue to hit this gateway. It'll do quite a bit more damage. A couple cancers coming by. We're just going to be having ourselves the Adept, going to try and fight through a few of those Zerglings as well. So Ling's still taking some serious shots here. As we do have the Cyber Core and the gates. I mean, being walled off is huge. We actually have a Queen pops out and a Spore Crawler in the main, so a lot of that damage at first obviously goes on the hatch. Now the Queen hits the Void Ray while the Spore Crawler comes into play as well, so we get that on the way too. But now I think we are going to see this Queen, I think, able to put some damage on the Void Ray, yes, but I don't think it'll go too much further. We have an Oracle back in the main. We actually have our first Roach in the main. We build another drone, so we're going to threaten the Spore Crawl in the main base one more time, and I actually think it is going to go up. So the Spore Crawl in the main base now might actually succeed. It's a very low HP Queen, but there's no Oracle energy. The Void Ray is low HP as well. There's the Oracle going to get its energy now. The Queen, though, oh, it's a shot away from hitting down the Void Ray. But I tell you what, we could still make this happen. Queen pops out of the hatchery, hits the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down. Now we do not necessarily have the way to get rid of the Spore Crawler. Oracle goes down as well, and Nightmare is taking so much damage. It's all falling apart in the main base as a few Lings go to the front. It's funny because it feels as though he actually dealt with this very well, apart from this main base battle suddenly going against him. As much as I'd love to stay excited about it, I think it is time to kind of call it what it is, which is that here in the main base, it's not going well enough for SHIN, who has spores at home, drones at home. He's actually getting into a good economy, but obviously he's completely techless. Now, Nightmare only has one Oracle, because Nightmare's obviously lost units in this game as well, so it's not like Nightmare's had the cleanest of times. so I guess we can consider that too. Something else for us to think on as a few Broodlings pop out, going to go to the Adept and the Stalkers. It's Oracle of Nightmare, going to head down to the bottom right side, also trying to see what else is going on. Oracle moves about again, Lair, Evo Chamber, all of that continue to come through. The couple of drones and the Queens coming up as well. Just going to see the Queen there, going to hit the Oracle going to get another drones, just a bit more damage being dealt across the course of this. Is where we sit at for the moment. Again, +1 missiles coming by, the Lings and the Queens coming up, the Lab producing on the side of Nightmare, the Extractor popping as we speak, couple more drones in production too. Has to kill off a gateway to get out into the map, and now the third base can come down. I actually do wonder if SHIN has done enough to kind of stay in this game. Lair is up, Roach Speed can start, so we can actually start seeing some tech coming through for his units. Maybe he did enough and got to enough drones that this is something of a competition for him. I think that very much so is the case right now, as these Lings are going to get cancelled on next. There's actually a surround on these units. The Oracle shows up, the Lings are going to do okay. We're going to be just 10 Lings shy of cleaning up all these Stalkers. The thing is, once a couple more of those Stalkers went down, the Lings get even better surface area, and the rest really just melt from there, but we're just shy of being able to afford that. So unfortunately, that is not going to be good enough as the Lings pull back and we resettle ourselves for a couple moments here in this game number 3. Going to fire up on a few of those Lings. Obviously, third base coming into position. And Nightmare's already setting up a pylon and a setup as though he wants to go to a 4th base as well. Maybe believing he's good enough to take 4 bases. He's going to do it. He's going to double expand. Not the right call when SHIN is actually just drop loading and getting ready to go into the aggressive push here off of the 57 drones. Absolutely zero need for 4th base. And maybe Nightmare just feels like he's that far behind he needs to double expand. But as far as he's not being able to identify the possibility that SHIN might just come and kill you, so why not just focus on getting as many units as possible? I guess it's just TLDR, a little bit of a gamble is what we're seeing as the Lings, the Roach, the Rabs come about. Stasis going to catch a few of those Zerglings as well. A nice Stasis to start. Oracles have plenty of energy. Here come our Queens in the Dropper Lord. As these are Stalkers that do have their blink available. We actually lose one Oracle here. We're going to lose another very quickly. The Queens kill the target down the Oracles very swiftly. That's going to help you a lot. It goes a long way to helping out as we just have ourselves SHIN absolutely doing enough right now, I think, with his aggression to the other side. And he is going to be able to turn this series around from a 1-0 deficit to a 2-1 lead because he's got Lings on the 3rd base. The 4th base is obviously in trouble. I mean, this 4th base just should have never been built. Obviously, that's easier for us to say because we see the whole game compared to what Nightmare sees. But yeah, very easy for us to say that this should just not have been built at the end of the day as Roach Ravager Queen continues to fire up. Stalker's still taking damage. Stasis Ward will catch a few units at least and slow this down if nothing else. So the Lings come back over to the 3rd base. Pylon is going to get hit there as well. That Roach Ravager still coming over. Just going to see the couple of Roaches going to be here. Corrosive Files coming down. Stasis Ward is going to get taken out as the Stalker step up. The rest of the Roach Ravager now going to have Lings coming in to support this as well. They're going to go through for a lot of those Stalkers. Damage continues to be done. Cybercore now in some trouble as we knock that through. We're going to make our way into this natural. Stalkers will keep on dropping and flopping. And I think it's fair to say that SHIN has absolutely done enough here with the opening that kind of flopped, but then actually did okay, and it definitely bought him enough time in the end. Obviously, at first we were just kind of unsure where it was going. In the end, you could see that it bought him enough time to drone up at home, and at first I was skeptical about him having enough tech on the field. Obviously, he got there as well, and was extremely comfortable across the board. So there you go, as we are going to go to a Game 4 with Nightmare in a must-win situation to try and tie up this series again and force a Game 5. Otherwise, his run in this lower bracket is going to come to a crushing close. So there we go. Let's jump into our game number 4, which will be on Grezvan. Oh, okay. For the first time today, I get to explain to you guys the extended map pool here in the OSC system. We'll go in game, and then I'll, because just I run a 30 seconds of ads, we'll just go in game, and then we'll explain it. Otherwise, some people will not hear. feel like Shin has great lane game, he just doesn't ever want to use it. But isn't that what makes him so dangerous, is that he doesn't rely on it? So you can't just be like super like safe early game, because if you let him go late, it's scary. But you can't get away with just kind of focusing to go late to kind of compare him in the late game either. Bottom right side, our blue Zerg player. It is going to be Shin in the bottom right. Here on Grezvan, taking on Nightmare, the red Protoss in the top left. Grezvan map from a couple years ago, so again, let me just explain the system for you guys. These tournaments, or the OSC tournaments, have an extended map pool. So the OSC extended map pool is a map pool that's voted on by players and others involved with OSC. It changes every so often during the season, and it's basically the map pool we play on is the ladder map pool plus 3 voted on maps. There's actually 12 maps in the map pool. I believe it's still 3, so 12 maps in the map pool. A lot of the times they say a certain map isn't eligible for each tournament, so there's only 11 maps, and then we veto from 11 instead of 12, just for the sake of it. But yes, these maps get brought back from the old school. So the actual current ladder maps obviously do this as well, right? Where it's like, hey, we just brought back a bunch of old maps. So the OSC map pool actually has a lot of old maps available. And Grezvan's going to be one of those. Now, Grezvan's actually going to be, as this is a very fast Nexus from Nightmare, the drone looking to Nexus block is not going to succeed. It's just not going to be there in time. Is it going to hatch block in the wall instead? Okay. Yeah, what I did want to say, obviously, is that Grezvan's a map that was actually very fun when it was in the map pool. It wasn't that long ago, 2-3 years, right? It's not as far back as an Abyssal Reef or as a King's Cove as the current ladder map pool went to. And yeah, Grezvan is actually a very macro-y map. It's the sort of map where you can defend a lot of bases easily too. The middle of the map has a lot of ramps pushing up into the bases, so that helps. But anyways, enough of all that, because Shin's actually just being very aggressive here. The Lings show up off the early pool. The hatch block is there, which means that you cannot get a full wall off, and you can't put the Zealot into as safe a position as you might usually be used to putting it into. So that's kind of a factor as well. We continue to Chrono Boost out this Zealot for a few moments, and the few Lings are going to turn onto the pylon here and just start chipping through that. So that pylon will take some damage. We open this up, we're going to get access to the bases. And now the Lings peel over to the other side. The gateway going to take some damage as well. And the Zealot continues to go through, hitting those Lings. The probes are going to pull from the natural. They're going to pull across. The rest of the Lings continue to fire through here as the probes and the Zealots get chased the other direction for now. Let's see a Spine Crawler building through the hatchery. Still coming online here in the next few moments from Shin over on the natural. The Lings still trying to fight the probes. There's one more probe going down. Again, we have our Adept and our Warp Gate continue to come about. The Lings would love to try and get on top of that Zealot. They're going to try for it with the few Lings that pop out right there. The Adept takes a few nibbles. Zealot's still in production. Going to Chrono Boost that one along as we have that Spine Crawler continuing to come up as well. Spine Crawler going to shoot at those Adepts. The Lings are going to get there. We actually lose the drone that shows up. This is obviously turned into a pretty committed continuation here, as Shin is only on 11 drones because the early pool never let him have a good drone count in the first place. We energy overcharge a battery, so just going to put that on cooldown straight away. I do not disagree with that. The sooner you put that on cooldown, the sooner you get to use it again. 100% not a bad idea given the current state of what this game is, right? Energy is going to mean a lot. And you want to use that resource as often as you can, as we're trying to kill off one of the gateways. Actually, nice save on the Queen. It will die to the Stalker, unfortunately, because it was actually a pretty nice bit of movement to keep it alive in the first place. Pancor still fighting. The Lings still moving through. The Stalkers and the Adepts just going to keep fighting back. The Lings are going to get back onto that pylon. That pylon is going to drop here. It is going to fall. That's going to depower the front. We still have a Spine and Reinforcing Zerglings coming across. We have no other production in this game right now as Nightmare. Can these Stalkers micro well enough to kill this Spine Crawler is what it comes down to. 2 more drones start to build. We want more Spines, I imagine. We're actually going to cancel those. The Shin is just droning back at home, so he's going to decide that enough is enough. He's committed to this as far as he can, or as far as he sees fit. And he was obviously thinking about still being aggressive, but no. He says, no, I'm just going to drone at home instead. I'm just going to see the Lings continue to gather up. And the Spine will go down before it does anything more major. You will get rid of this hatch. You will get rid of the creep. And that will allow you to obviously repylon up this Cybercore and Gateway eventually. And Shin is basically banking on the fact that he's just done enough to get away with now droning purely, right? That is basically where he's at. We're going to try and get this Queen out. If we can get the creep tumor down off that queen, that would be so good. Because that's going to delay even further the re-establishment here. But he actually cancels the queen, says it's not worth it, so... yeah, never mind. And Shin, you can just see Shin's position though, right? He's struggling drone-wise, and that's the thing. Like, for all he's done, I just do not think he's done enough. And I think he knows also himself. It's like, I don't think I've done enough here either, but I'm going to... he's got to figure something out. I mean, now he makes some more lings off this base as well. Gonna pop that through. The few broodlings popped out. Just gonna turn ourselves onto this warp gate, by the way. So the warp gate will be taking some shots. The lings continue to get cleaned out. Actually, we are gonna get rid of it. So the warp gate gets cancelled as the cybercore falls. I mean, that's a neat play. That is gonna slow Nightmare down a little bit. So it gives you another chance here as Shin that you did not have previously. So the game continues, and Shin, like I said, at the very least, is gonna have a chance and an opportunity to stay in this, if nothing else. Berglings will head to the bottom right. Again, blink halfway done. Dark Shrine coming through. The Cybernetics core is about to finish. Our Nexus still building. Our third hatchery sets up on that right-hand side. Focusing that Dark Shrine finishing very soon. Just going to be having the Overlord sitting nearby as well. Drone will be coming through. The extra drones in production. Link speed coming about. Spook was down on this third hatchery, so we'll get that going through. Again, the Dark Shrine coming over. The Warp Gate coming through. The robotics facility coming up as well. As our Lings, Lair, Rotron, Link speed as well continue to come online. I like we did get some crew teamers around here, so the front of this base is still open. That'd be much more meaningful if Shin had ever had an economy here to really step up. We can see how heavily hurt his economy was early in this game with his decisions, because for all this time, he's still now only just passing the 40 drone marker, right? Like, he started droning again so long ago. That's how heavily, like I say, injured he made himself. Like, he put himself in that position, you know? He put himself in that place to start out with. As TTS2 going to start moving on the map. Lair is finishing, so detection available. 8 roaches on the way alongside an Overseer, but do you keep those roaches and the Overseer at home? I mean, if you do, then yes, the DTs won't do much, but then you're very safe on the side of Nightmare, so then you can't really be upset either. Then that's also a very good situation for you as the Lings get through there. They're going to catch DT1, they're going to go for DT2. That's going to be probably the best cleanup you could get from Shin, because you're actually going to get the kills on 2 out of 3 Dark Templar. Hold position was good. No, you had the catch. He's going to get the catch again. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He breaks free. And the Overseer catches up. And that is going to be DT number 3 going down. So, I mean, good job from Shin. I'm making it exciting. Again, excited about it. But it's really pretty inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. I mean, basically it comes down to this army. Either this army succeeds or it does not. If we just lose the Overseer, we did. So the Stalkers get around the back. And they are going to be... by getting around the back, they're going to come through and snipe an Overseer, which is going to mean you can DT defend until more detection becomes available again. So that's a little bit of a factor as we do try and fight this. I mean, honestly, the Stalkers have Blink. That's going to make this pretty reasonably defendable on the side of Nightmare. And I think Nightmare is about to confirm that we are indeed going to Game 5. As at this point, I think the Stalkers could just Suicide Blink onto the Overseers and just continue to let the DTs do the work. Not even really necessary. GG gets called. We go to 2-2. We are going to a 5th and final game here between Nightmare and Shin. Oh, how about that, guys? How about that? Thanks so much for some continued love on the Star Trek. Someone just purchased a $20 plus pack, which is actually pretty sick because obviously you're enjoying the game, but we also get paid a whole bunch for you purchasing a $20 pack. So that's essentially a $20 donation, but it's actually a $30 donation to the stream. So thank you so much for the donation. I'm just going to say it like that because it basically is. And also, we get a gifted sub. So at the end of the campaign, we get a few gifted subs based on whoever buys packs and stuff as well. So thank you so much for checking that out. Glad you're enjoying the game. Appreciate the support. Alright guys, a couple of minutes here. We go into game number 5. As we will have Nightmare Shin going into Neon Violet Square. Ooh. So Neon Violet Square here to close us out in this series. Pretty fun map to round it out on. Pretty macro map. So I think that's going to be entertaining, to say the least. As we'll get this underway in just a few moments. Give it about 15-20 seconds, guys. We'll just click start from there. Perfect. Excuse the yawn. Thanks for joining us, by the way. We have like 400 viewers on YouTube, 1,300 here on Twitch. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for watching today. Let's go into game number 5 as we round this series out. Let's get it done. The drone's going to jump onto the hatchery as Shin's our blue Zerg in the top left, and Nightmare Red Protoss in the bottom right as we get set to rumble on this one. We get this underway. Final game, lower bracket. Loser is out. Winner gets to move on to play ByuN. A chance to still face MaxPax in the grand finals today. Who will take it down? Someone called that this was going to be a great series at the start, and they were not wrong. Great matchup, and the game's definitely delivering it as one as well. As our gateway does indeed get started up. Casting pool all building, a couple of drones coming in for a few moments. Get settled down. Overload coming one way. A cybercore going down over here. And again, just the early stages are getting set. Coming through for the moment. Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year to all you guys. Hope you have a great celebration today if you're celebrating. Excited to see you all in 2025 for hopefully some good StarCraft news. If nothing else, we will do our absolute best to upkeep as much StarCraft 2 as we can, so promise that as best as I can here. And thanks to you guys, we have been able to keep it going throughout 2024 once again. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the streams, do consider supporting, subbing, prime subbing, etc. Goes a long way. Helps us out massively. Helps us out massively. I appreciate you guys. This was not the, a little bit of reflection, I guess, just as my early game is. It was not the best year for us on WardiTV. We actually had a lot of downtime this year where I was not, you know, making events or producing tournaments as much. But we brought it back, I think, towards the end. October onwards has been super busy. This year just got a little bit crazy and weird, and so many other tournaments and stuff going on as well, so yeah. Obviously, there's nice parts to that, but this is definitely one of the weakest years we had as WardiTV. I still think it was pretty darn good, so take that for what you will. Hey, thank you so much, Dcash11B on the 5 gifted subs. Valorant gonna make it +1 to go out to Hazur, Invisibles, Hated Buttock, Petito, My Name is Kalajala, and JP Vari. Thank you so much, Dcash11B on the 5. Turns into 6 gifted. Last couple of days of that Valorant deal as well. Make the most of that if you a gifted sub enthusiast as the Adept here tries to make something happen. Obviously, Shin already going to be on the on that gold base, so mining up off the gold to start things out, get that underway. Rotron coming in. Again, the drones, the Overlord, the Queens. Everything building through. Extractor coming up as we speak. We just get ourselves settled down as the Immortal will get producing on the Robo facility. Actually going to cancel that. Cool. Maybe just feels like you could get away with the Prism instead. Doesn't need the Immortal, and if you don't need it, then you can get away with the Prism, and that's nice. And the Rotron coming online. Additional drones in production. This Observer of Nightmare continues to move up through the middle of the map towards the upper left. Just moving across there for some early stages. Thanks for what I do for SC2. No worries, mate. Thank you so much for supporting it. I say it again and again. But it's very true that we can't do it without your support. It's, yeah, only because of you guys that we can run events and put on prize pools and, you know, whatever it is, whether you're just turning up and viewing and watching ads, or if you're subbing, or if you're doing the sponsored content and stuff. All of it helps. Charging the Immortal coming up here as we get ourselves settled. And we'll just have ourselves a few moments of getting going here on this Game 5. The few Zerglings will gather up. Observer going to settle down to one for Archives, Forge, Gates, Probes, Immortal Charge, +1. You name it, Nightmare's probably getting it, it seems, right now, as Shin just moves into his lair tech, so he'll go from there initially. Observer just shifts a bit, obviously, again. Shin seemingly getting away for the most part with this gold base economy. This seems to be going okay for him, so seems to be absolutely fine on that. Obviously, nice to get away with gold base, a little cheeky, and definitely helps you a lot as the game develops. The Roach continues to gather in. +1 attack, Storm, High Templars coming up. The Overseer just going to come moving over to the side once more here as well. Just going to get that straight in position right now. And pop it into Overseer mode. And get Infestation Pit finishing up in the back of the main base. Observer still coming about. And yeah, there's going to be seen that Prism taking 2 Archons across the map. So that's going to be initial little bit of aggression here as we go to the other side. We'll look to try and get some value. See if this Archon drop can get some damage done. It would be lovely if it could. And we've got some creep tumors on the way, so if nothing else, you're going to reduce that kind of runway across the map where the Zerg is going to be able to speed up along it. The Nidus network is coming up to being about halfway done. The Archon's still getting busy onto these Roaches, so definitely seeing some success with all of that as well for now. And with the Nidus network coming through, there's the Infestation Pit done, so we can get the Swarm Host up, and we can see where Shin is taking this. Those Archons are going to have a role to play. They can do a lot of kind of picking away at those, you know, locusts before they land. They can do a lot of kind of shutting down Nidus positions. Good force field. There is an escape route up here. That is an avenue of, well, in this case, escape. So we are actually able to get away up the right side. The other units gathering back together. Immortal Archon. The Nexus continue to come up as well. Roaches all still producing, 13 of them coming by. The Hydralisk Den coming up. The Nidus network continues to build. And Ravagers will morph. Nidus pops and the Swarm Host pour out of said Nidus network. Out we come. And the first wave of Locusts hit the main base. Nice map for this. Always when you're looking for Swarm Host maps, you think about ledges and positions there's Nidus can go in that's not going to be easily responded to. Here into the main. Here up into this base to some extent. Here up into this base or over into the natural. There's a lot of positions. They're not maybe the craziest, but they're definitely there. As we do kill off the main base, we also see Nightmare counterattacking to get rid of the gold. So this is going to be a two-way kind of deal where Shin takes some damage, Nightmare takes some damage. Those Archons continue to chase across. The Roach Ravager pulls back for a little bit as well. Roach just going to be taking a few more shots. Just going to be seeing the Ling Roach still coming over. Another round of Locust going to pop into the main base. Nexus will go down. So that Nexus is going to drop. That will fall. And the Archons and the Stalker is going to get over and just pick away at this Nidus network. It's just going to eat through that. Again, the Robo Facility, Robo Bay coming up, +2 attack on the Forge. It's going to have the rest of the army coming back over that right-hand side. Ling Roach Ravager gathers as well. Nidus will fall. Another Nidus Cassette sub. Obviously, Shin not super reliant on the Niduses at this point either. He's, already done a decent amount and is now kind of progressing to the next stage for himself. As Ling Roach Ravager comes down that right-hand side. Mortal shot firing, and Zergling takes some hits, just goes to the Archons, hitting the Lings once again. Nidus Network sets up one more time here, and we just push down the right, and Immortal goes down immediately, going to jump through, looking for another Immortal. Those couple of Archons also potentially in some trouble as well. Drop 2 full force fields down into play. I mean, this is obviously a very narrow entry point, so it's not the easiest way to kind of break in here. As Shin, we are going to drop those locusts up into the sky, and they're going to come through. Oh no, the Colossus walks straight into the army. No, and the second Colossus spawns and is going to get jumped on by the locusts, so it's not going to be the focus, but the Immortals will be, because they essentially trap the Immortals in there with the Ravagers able to reach them, and Nightmare is just going to melt away. GG's. And Shin is going to take game at number 5, just like that. Alright, so we are going to be seeing Nightmare dropping down and Shin advancing, which means we get TVZ up next. So we're going to be heading into ByuN versus Shin TVZ, and then the winner of that plays MaxPax. So we're actually continuing to move through just some very nice portions of the bracket right here, and that is where we are going next for some TVZ with ByuN versus Shin. We'll get that on the go, get that ready to roll. We're going to be starting off on Ultra Love for this series, so Ultra Love to begin with. Definitely kind of feeling as though we might see a long game between ByuN and Shin at some point. I think overall, I actually think this could be a pretty back and forth series in terms of scoreline and also kind of game length too. I think Shin will crack out some Roach builds that might be successful. I also think ByuN will maybe get an attack in early, that'd be successful, but ByuN has that tendency to kind of make later games happen too, right? So that's also just a pretty good factor. So yeah, I think we're going to be in for a pretty fun time when we get into this in just a few moments. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone's New Year's Eve? Anyone doing anything exciting tonight? Anyone doing anything fun? Let me know. Just as we wait a moment or two before we get this one started up. I'd love to hear from you guys as we'll get it hosted, so we'll not be too long before going into it. And Bugboo, sorry, I missed your 3-month resub on the Prime. The amount of hours you put in this holiday should be collecting overtime pay. Thanks for the content. No worries. I also missed Adel Chusakovsky on the 18-month resub as well. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Happy New Year from Melbourne, Australia. It's 2025 there. Oh my goodness. They're from the freaking future in Australia. I knew it. Amazing. Happy New Year. You seem playing video games is kind of as fun, so you guys are going to have some fun plans. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, Shannon, some countries already tried. Yeah, I know. It's like cheating, isn't it? You guys just jumped ahead. Some of it's meant to be the fun of getting there, you know, guys? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright. We've waited long enough. Let's go into ByuN versus SHIN. TVZ best of 5 series in the lower bracket finals. So Nightmare gets knocked down. Again, the situation coming into this was that ByuN and MaxPax cannot improve their championship starting point as they're already top 4, so they can't get seeded highest. They're just playing for the cash prize. SHIN needs to win if he wants to move up and get a better starting seed for the OSC championship. So that is a little bit of what's on the line here. As we kick this off and we get this started on up in the bottom left-hand corner. Our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion is ByuN. Takes on our red Zerg in the top right corner of the map. This is SHIN. Game number 1 of the series. We get this underway, and away we go. So, first game of the series, best of 5, of course. TVZ between SHIN and ByuN. 2 players that we've casted a lot of in this off-season. 2 players that continue to go through our events and impress us and just be very fun players to follow in general. Excited to see how they both perform here today on Ultra Love as we get this all set up and started in this game 1. Here's to another 5 years of SC2. If we get another 5 years of SC2, I'll be a very happy StarCraft 2 caster. I mean, I'm going to be here as long as possible, guys, so... And I do truly believe that as long as you guys are interested in StarCraft, we will obviously keep putting on StarCraft. I said this the other day. It might change, it might develop, it might, not be the same StarCraft 2 we've had the last 10 years, or the same size, or the same scale, but StarCraft will still go on. We will still have events, we will still have tournaments, there will still be content for you guys to sit back and enjoy, so... Hell yeah to that. Hell yeah to that. Overlord comes down the bottom, CC gets set up, command center, just building the Reaper and the SCV coming through. Cool, on the way up as well, as we take a few moments to get into these early stages. Ganlings and Queens will build, the factory will start up in the main base, the Reaper of ByuN will continue to move toward the upper right hand side as well, so we'll also just go across and try and see a little bit of what's going on. Try and figure out if anything in particular can be done, as the Reaper will hit a few of those Zerglings, so some damage dealt right from the very get-go, and ByuN already having a pretty successful start here. Definitely able to get some damage dealt early on. As Scythe with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so very much. Give me one moment just to reposition my chat. Scythe with the 10 gifted subs, and Valorant can add 4 bonus gifts on top of it. So the 10 gifted subs become the 14. Thank you so very much, mates. And they go out to Blut Milan, Burner 44, Raremi, Forsaken, Magic Fingers 1408, Ramini 83, Licky. Let me scroll down. Blabby as well, and then VLVL 10404, Felix FDE, and Daniel Azo 1987, Piet Noab, Panda Tank 21, and Mr. Freezy. Thank you so much for the generosity of 14 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. As that Reaper comes through, hops up, Queen will force that Reaper to hop back down, so that does not last long. Siswid, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for the content. Thank you so much. We are apparently a sub or 100 bits away from a hype train, so if you want to get yourself a little scam train on the go, guys, for one last time in 2024, this is your opportunity. I mean, that would be quite a few gifted subs, I guess, that go into it, so probably be like Insta level 2 hype train. Incredible. This is it, guys, the final hype train of the year. Maybe, possibly. We'll find out soon. That's what you have. For the moment, though, back to this game. A couple of Hellions hanging about. The Banshee on the way up. Roaches and drones in production as well. The Interference Matrix and the Stim Pack continue to come across just for now. We just have our units getting back in the middle. And that Marine already whacking away at the Overlord for the moment as well. You, thank you so much for the 100 bits. You love the scam trains? Hell yeah! Choo Choo leaving the station. Starts at level 2. Because of the gifted subs. Thank you so much again for those. Alright guys, this is it. It has officially been decided this is the hypest part of New Year's Eve, so good luck to you all on the scam train. This new I missed this comment in YouTube chat, by the way. This is a good one. This new year I'll be leveling in Star Trek Fleet Command so we can have more StarCraft. I love that. The passion is real. Passion is real. As those Roaches going to go for the Reaper, going to go for these Hellions. They're going to get rid of quite a few drones. Those Hellions dive into this natural, and actually going to get a few more drones as well. So damage just continues to be done. Good dive in from ByuN. They did not post this with GameHard, so no workers killed on the screen, but it is 9 in total. We do lose a lot of the Hellions, but I mean, 9 workers obviously is an investment you got to rebuild into. Losing the Hellions is going to make it 10 workers in the end. Obviously, losing the Hellions is a little sad because you lose map control, but I do like the slowdown of the Zerg economy as the Banshees still waiting for their kind of moment to shine in this game, I guess. They're yet to really be all that impactful. See how our Banshee's gathering up. The 3rd CC getting into position. Banshees will go towards the top. 1-1 missile upgrades, the roach speed coming up. We get our 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield on the side of ByuN, so all of that continues to come through just for the moment here. We'll get that being brought in. And it's going to be there. We're going to fire it back a little bit. Speed coming through. Infestation pit coming up. Bandage is going to come around again. The Queen's going to be there as well. And again, +1/+1 missile and carapace upgrades coming through. That Zergling speed is coming about. The Roach speed coming over as well. Just going to see those Banshees going to get through there and pick away at a couple more of those creep tumors. So a little bit more creep being cleaned out for the moment. Just getting some more work done for now. I like these Banshees. They're being just kind of controlling rather than forcing the issue in terms of trying to get some damage done. So I think there's always a benefit and a positive to that, as now our Marines and our Medevacs going to step up here. They're going to go for a couple of Roaches already. Couple Crucifers come down. The Marines turn the other direction. Get a Roach there as well. Also going to grab a Zergling and 2-2 upgrades, +1 vehicle weapons. Continue to come out. The Hive is on the way up from SHIN. Again, our melee carapace all coming by. The Medevacs and the Marines coming through as well. Doing our best to get all of that settled here. As ByuN doesn't really commit through for much at all. Whoa! It's a level 12 on the Star Trek sponsorship. Thank you so much for getting all the way to level 12. That's amazing. So many of you guys really just steamrolling through those levels and just keeping it going and just powering on. Like you say, amazing stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being so supportive on that sponsor. That's really going a lot better than I thought it would. As our Roach Route just steps into those Marines, and the Marines will get forced back a little bit, so just going to be able to shove the other way. Adrenal glands coming up, +1 melee, +2 carapace, all building as well. The Viper's still producing. The tanks are going to get jumped on. Spirits of Battle is very nearly landing onto those siege tanks as the rest of the Marines and Medevacs continue to move up. The Banelings, though, are going to walk forward, and they're going to crash into the Marines. It is a disaster. The Medevacs have to lift back up now. At the same time, SHIN is already running in over on this direction. Coming through and seeing what we can do. You see the Ling's getting picked away at. The ByuN's going to pick away at a few more of them. The Roach Ravager. Bane continuing around as well. Oof. As yo, Snoop 088, sorry. Thank you so much for the 30-month resub. Have a great 2025. Brilliant Wardy, keeping the wonderful SC2 community together. Thank you so much for the kind words and the resub, mate. Appreciate it. Alright, I'm going to open the hype chest. Let's get a good emote for once, please. Oh my god, I got a... Hype nudes. Yes. Cool. Just what I was looking for. Alright, bit of bio here, gonna get jumped on the link bane. Roach Raptor coming across, so we have to lift up in the medevacs again. Now, Widowmine gets burrowed, fires before it connects, before it dies. But that was actually a pretty good split away by Shin to minimize damage taken there, so that wasn't half bad. The bane's still coming through. SCV's getting chased away from their space. Shin continuing to make life very difficult for ByuN, as ByuN has absolutely not had an easy time kind of controlling through this in the slightest so far. Lane Bane, Roach Ravage still coming across. Bio is still going to get hunted, and oh my goodness, the Bane lane's absolutely connecting through there. And so much more damage done. Parasitic Bomb coming about as well. We're just going to see GG called from ByuN. There's no saving yourself from this one. GG's, and Shin takes the 1-0 advantage in this best of 5. So Shin just powering into this first game and just really looking very good. Very convincing throughout and absolutely able to deliver some pretty hefty punches across the board. As we'll head into game 2 of this ByuN Shin series. And get this ready to start up. See if ByuN can bounce back or if it's going to be Shin continuing to control this situation here. Let's get into game number 2. Don't need any ads or anything, so we can just go. Countdown is on. Let's get this underway on ley lines. On the left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. On the red Zerg in the top right corner of the map, we are going to have Shin. Game 2 of this best of 5. As yo, Snoop on the 5 gifted subs plus the 1 as well, coming in from Valorant, going out to Carlos Zivask, Jimmy Hidev, Afila Fugu, Gilles Geralt, and also Clem is Love and Eco777. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, game number 2 here on ley lines as we get this one settled down. It's going to be seeing the Overlord heading down to the bottom left-hand corner to start things off. Exhilarating gameplay until we get the Reapers out. It's going to be 2 racks, and it will be 2 racks Reaper from ByuN to start things here in this series. Game number 2, attempted comeback for him. With ley lines as our map, I think a lot of potential for some fun stuff to get set in the next few moments. Just going to be having those barracks coming online then. The Overlord of Shin will move forward, heading down to the bottom left corner for now as well. What continues the bottom left, a couple of Reapers in the orbital coming up, the SCV production continues, the depot coming out, capture gas coming in as this Reaper of ByuN continues to make its way out and around as well. I'm just going to hop up here and step on through as again the hatchery comes in, the Queen is on the way, a couple of Lings are coming out as well. Queen's going to jump onto that Reaper, and the Reaper already taking shots as it moves all the way into the main base. Why don't I say depot like the Demu says it? How does Demu say it? Does it say depot? Depot. You know. Ben's very British. I'm probably very Americanized, I guess. What Reapers hang around? Depot. I guess depot is like... I mean, is either correct or wrong. Depot, supply depot. I'm probably wrong the way I said, to be honest. I don't know. I have no good reasoning or explanation for this, to be honest, right now. There's a couple CCs come up, the factory coming through, the tech lab starting. We do have our Reaper up that left-hand side, continuing to go a journey in as well. As the lab builds, the drones, the Queen all coming through. CC still in production. Factory is indeed on the way out as we speak. And that Reaper is going to continue to chase the Ling into the top left corners. That Ling will take a few shots of damage, is going to go down. It's better if you pronounce the D, Depot. He's got his supply depot here. Oh, depotee? Oh, like that. Okay, the supply depotee. That is just utterly ridiculous. As the Reapers are going to put themselves onto the hatchery, and the hatch will start to take some damage. Reapers will work through that. We'll get the kill in just a couple of moments. So we're just going to take away at that one. Clean that out. And Queen is coming over. The couple Queens coming over. As we are going to see our hatchery coming through. The Queens continue to go, and the couple of Reapers will continue to take damage as well. As yo, Subsola reaching level 9. Thank you so much as well. Continuing to play Star Trek Fleet Command and supporting the stream. Thank you so much. English makes no sense. The plural of mouse is mice, but we live in houses, not heises. That's a great point. When did English ever make sense? English is a good language just to grow up learning, because you can learn all the nonsense as you grow up instead of having to figure it out as a study. We've seen the Roaches continue to chase a Reaper down. We'll see the Marines moving about, the SCV coming over. Depot will lower that, Roach speed still building. A lot more Roaches are on the way. And the Reaper of ByuN is also heading down to the bottom left corner of the map for the moment. Get in position, see what we can do. He's going to try and pop over. The Zergling goes down. Banshee moves onto the map as well. It's just going to bring that straight across here. And away we head to try and deal some damage early. Roaches and the Roach speed finishing soon from SHIN. Banshee typically very good against them, but still needs to figure it out as the Overseer is seen and killed. So ByuN is aware that there is a layer up and anything that may provide, such as potential Nidus networks and so on. So you figure that out as a bit of a possibility. And she continues to come in, chasing those Roaches away one more time. Now Roach Ravager goes all the way around the bottom. I mean, we're going to drop a lot, we're going to commit to this, but the Banshee already finds the Roach Ravager coming over, so this is going to get halted in its tracks. What's be coming up? Again, the Roaches, the Ravagers coming through. A couple more bunkers on the way down as ByuN obviously realizing that, you know, SHIN obviously wants to be aggressive. He saw the movements, he saw the motions. So he knows exactly what's up right now. Gets the bunkers ready and preps himself for this Zerg onslaught, which is absolutely just on the horizon here. So across we go. A couple corrosive valves coming down. Bunker is going to fall. The Bioforce is going to try and fight back for a little bit on that Roach Ravager as well. It's going to be seeing the Sage Tank going to get grabbed. The Roach Ravager still getting jumped on. It's going to be seeing the Marines continue to fight, and ByuN is going to completely shut this down. I mean, he saw it coming from a mile away. The moment you GG here is SHIN, the supply is really telling a complete false tale. I know some people are going to be like, he's ahead in army supply, what? But the reality is his army is these two, these Queens are going to die in this Ravager and this Roach dies. And then you've got a trickle of units coming across the map against a Terran who's going to 1-1 bio upgrades. And you don't, yeah, you have nothing but Roach speed to work on here. The Terran's on 3 bases, going to be ahead on workers. This is 100% a correct GG from SHIN. 10 more seconds and the supply is already much more in favor of ByuN. So I'm just going to explain that because I know for a fact someone's going to be like, surely that was an early GG. No, this one definitely was not. This was completely shut down. His plan got destroyed so far. Alright, game 3 coming up then. I was going to settle into this one. What's this one? What is this map? I actually don't know what the map is until we load into it, but we'll take it, give 30 seconds because we just got ads playing, but yeah, we'll jump into game 3 here in a couple of moments. How much money would add level 21 in Star Trek? So level 12 is $10, level 15 is $25, level 17 is $25, level 19 is $35, and level 21 is $40. So like 75, 125, like 125 if you go from like 12 to 21. I feel like it's going to get very difficult to progress that far. Like, you're going to get slowed down to the point where you just can't progress, you know? That's how these things, these games work. They slow you down. It gets harder and harder to keep progressing. Thank you for cast, no worries. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to head into Game 3 here in a moment. Why not nice that Roach Ravager all in? I don't necessarily disagree to some extent. It is an investment though. Maybe you just want sheer number of units. That's a possibility, right? As we get ready for Romanticide, the game number 3. It's all tied up here. So Romanticide's one of the maps that gets brought back into this map pool. I was trying to figure out what it was, but I could only see the Korean version. I couldn't be bothered to try and get all the way through it. It was very long. Romanticide. That's a lot of Korean to read through. Top left, I'm a blue Terran player who's going to be Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. And the bottom right, our red Zerg is SHIN. So again, number 3. It's going to be seeing the Overlord heading towards the upper left. So Overlord just going to journey across, Romanticide coming through, Hatchling Gas coming online, the spawning pool will start very shortly. So Overlord heads to the top left. Again, the Reaper and the Orbital continue to come through for a few moments. A hatch gas and pool coming online. The drone in production. We just got ourselves settled down for a few moments. Clem 9 this tournament? No, Clem didn't play in this one. He should be in the OSC Championship, though. I can't imagine he's not qualified. He plays in so many events. I'd be shocked if he didn't have the OSC points to be part of that bracket, so... And Clem really does play in most things as well, so would really expect him to be part of that event. Starting next week. Well, we're going to get there. Just going to see our command center coming through. The factory continues up as well. So we get that underway for a couple of moments. On the factory, the reactor coming online, the Queens and the Ling Speed coming on in. Reaper going to get there, and a couple of Lings going to get jumped on. So the Reaper already putting some work out just for the early stages. And that Reaper is just going to go the other direction for a few moments. Just going to see the rest of the Lings continue to come about. Just going to be some SECs in the factory and everything. Continue to come through. Link Speed coming up. Drones on the way. Overlord producing. Reaper steps away for now. Queen continuing about. The Overlord in production. Gets turned away one more time. Third hatch coming up. This map actually could be one of the big maps of this series. Romanticide was always a big macro map, and just Very difficult to attack into your opponent on, very difficult to hit this third without coming up this ramp, because that mineral wall-off is a very serious mineral wall-off. It's very big, very sizable. So yeah, I can't imagine that that's not going to be on the mind of ByuN here, the fact that this is a map where he can probably, if he wants to, kind of, draw this out to a later stage of the game for sure. Barracks coming up, just going to be seeing the orbital command coming through. The Queens and the Overlords continue to produce. Got an Overlord in the main, just going to poke about for a couple of seconds, just going to go around, see what we can achieve. Alien's actually going to run by, and they're going to start getting some drones, so they're going to go for some worker kills here potentially, some possible damage. Yeah, going okay. Nothing too wild, though, really, at the end of this. Gonna see everything gathering back together. The refinery comes down over on this side, so just going to get that into position. A couple of barracks are going to continue up as well. Starport and engineering base will now come through. Battery builds from SHIN just on that 4th base location. Just going to get that set up. Just going to be seeing the creep. All pushing further out onto the map as well. So we continue to get that into place for the moment. I'm just going to see our Queens continue to gather together. Again, Starport, Refinery, Reactor all coming up. The one upgrades for Combat Shield will be on the way as well. So we do not have to deal with the pause because we're casting the replays. So that is lovely. Okay, nasty Evo Chambers coming through. The Marines are just going to stim forward here, going to go after a Queen at the front. Gets one Queen, then gets turned around. ByuN playing this bio-heavy style, but with triple CC, so Aliens into the bio quickly. No medevac support just yet, so we'll just pull these Marines back, get those back on track, and get them back towards what should be some medevacs popping shortly. That should help us a lot in terms of where we're going. There are the melee upgrades coming through on the side of SHIN as well, so we see those melee upgrades coming straight by. And melee upgrades, Baneling speed. The Ling's going to take a few shots on the center, opening up this set of rocks already, so just going through that. To begin with, we knock down some extra creep tumors. And the Lings and the Queens are going to continue to run across here. Just going to be seeing those Marines. They get jumped on. The medevac's going to have to lift up and back away as well, so they're not going to have much choice in terms of what they do. Just forced straight out of here. As now the Lings get back onto these rocks and just going to clean up this. ByuN Sarah on this map lives rent-free in your head? Yeah. From the ASSR OG, that one with the Widow Mines and stuff, that was on Romanticide, right? Marine stepping through, by the way. A few creep tumors already going down. The Queens take a step back. The Banelings continue to try and morph in as we speak. Just going to see the rest of the Ling Bane Queen coming back through. Just getting the Lings straight onto the rocks here. Just pick that up for the moment as we have ourselves. Also the 2-2 upgrades on the way in currently. So 2-2 coming through, some Marines, the medevac, all of that being brought around right now. Just gonna have to keep stepping back. Been doing a decent job of this. That's just an Overlord on the left side. Yep, it is. Just double checking. There's gonna be a Ling run by here, but that's a full wall off, so I don't think the Lings are gonna get very far. There's Marines nearby too, so that really is not getting very far. Couple Banes going to get knocked down. Widowmine still firing. A few more Zerglings getting grabbed. One step through. A Queen goes down. The rest of the Lings and the Banes continue to come up. The Marines going to load it in. Just going to move in toward the main base. I mean, we are going to lose out on these units if we keep trading with them the way they are. They are going down. The numbers are decreasing. So value being found on the side of SHIN. He is slowly getting rid of this drop, and will force ByuN to look at other options to try and get damage done and work done in this game. The 2-2 upgrades not far from being done either. actually do settle for a few moments. Like I say, those drops are still around, but I don't know if there's much of an opportunity for them to get in. Moving around with a drop up on the top side. Maybe we can knock down some creep tumors with these couple of medevacs. Maybe that is the best route for them right now. What am I just going to fire? The Langbane Hydra comes through. We are going to be seeing our Marines and the Wooden Mines around the right side going to come across as well. Creep tumors getting grabbed. On the left-hand side, we've got ourselves the Marines and the medevacs gathering up. Army force continues to come over. Right, step up. Those Banes going down. The Banes continue to run for the Marines. Marines are going to get struck. A lot of Marines going down instantly there. That's actually a good jump on this army for Shin. He's going to be able to get forwards and actually clean up so much. He might actually take momentum. I mean, he's going to take down the 4th base, right? I was going to say, with momentum, you can keep going here, and there's absolutely momentum available as you step up. A couple Wooden Mines go down. Going to jump onto a planetary fortress as well. Those 2 Banes just getting absolutely annihilated. So actually, that goes better for ByuN than originally expected. Those, like I say, aliens just getting picked off. CC does die though, so the planetary goes down. We have to rebuild that. That is definitely going to be a big reset for you here. Definitely still not ideal. As we continue through, just going to see 2 upgrades coming up. The Hydra's on the way. 1 Overlord still hanging out on that far left-hand side as well. Just going to regather for a moment or two as the 2 melee upgrades come up, plus 3 armor on the way out. And again, Widow Mines and Marauders continue to produce at the moment as we just have ourselves the Marines, the medevacs. Up on the top, another CC going to come across here as well. Just going to go and land down on the 4th base, 5th base location. I mean, with Blue Bell on the top, setting up over here. Both these bases are expandable bases for Terran. Can you hold them in a situation like this, though, where Shin has definitely had a good start to the game? I mean, this base is going to get forced away immediately. And all the SCVs out there, just completely no defense on them because ByuN is focusing on the other side of the map. So we are going to see a couple of Widow Mines, but Shin's going to do a lot here. Meanwhile, ByuN will obviously be able to enter the base trade, but he's base trading with a lot less, and Shin is going to waste no time going into the main and just shutting down production, which is a major issue in a base trade, because now you're not going to be able to get any additional units on the way as the Terran. I mean, we're going to dive up here as well. You can already see that ByuN's supply is hurting heavily in comparison to Shin's, though, as these bio units really do just come across, moving through, looking as good as they can to base trade, but like I say, all the production of ByuN will go down. Yeah, I mean, Shin did not have a ton of army supply, but Lurker was about to finish, and even just a few Lurkers being made might have been enough for him to really solidify things. GG's. And that is going to be game number 3 going the way of Shin, so Shin is going to retake the lead of the series as we head ourselves into a game 4 in a couple of moments. Our 4th map is going to be on... Oh, it's going to be Neon Violet Square, actually, for map number 4. So, interesting map for game 4. Like I say, playing through some of the older maps here. I'm going to get into this in a few moments' time. Guys, if you enjoyed this stream, again, do consider subscribing. We're actually very close to 800 subs. We've bounced back on that nicely the last couple of days. So, thank you so much for... A lot of gifted subs the last few days, actually. It's been very generous from you guys. So, check that out. Approaching 800. We'll take ourselves into... game number 4 here right now for ByuN and Shin to see who's going to advance through to the finals to take on MaxPax today. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, heading into Neon Violet Square. Let's kick this off and let's get this going. In the bottom right hand side, we are going to start off with the blue Terran player who is down a map and must win to keep his mid-season playoff hopes alive. Just for some prize money, that's what he's playing for. He's already got a good seed into the OSC Championship. This is ByuN in the bottom right corner of Neon Violet Square. He takes on the red Zerg in the top left. This is Shin. Game 4 of our series is underway as we speak. So hatch coming up, drone on the way. Racks and the gas coming through on the side of ByuN's just going to get that continuing up as well. SCV in production. As can be seen, our barracks will continue to come through. Yeah, hatch gas, soon to be a spawning pool coming up from SHIN, getting that on the way. Getting that going in the next few moments here. See the Overlord coming about as well. Just following Overlord. Big map. Takes a while for the Overlord even to get across to the other side as ByuN. It's going to go for the Reaper expansion. Nothing surprising from ByuN, even the, I mean, especially from ByuN specifically. Him going no scout is very unsurprising. This is exactly what ByuN does a lot of the time. As the Reaper heads to the upper left hand side, it's going to run straight across and head towards the natural expansion. See what we can do over here already. As we run in, feelings gather up, a couple drones are going to be around, Reaper's going to drop a grenade, so we just bounce about. And the drones coming through, the Ling's going to be going for the Reaper to try and deal some damage. And a couple command centers on the way from ByuN as well. So again, both of those coming up, the barracks still producing in. Reaper will do everything it can, but yeah, just mostly here playing triple CC. And looking to play a big economy on a big map at the start of this must-win game if ByuN is to stay alive from the lower bracket finals. And to look for revenge against MaxPax in the grand finals. ByuN got knocked down 2-3 against MaxPax in the winner bracket finals, so played a close series against MaxPax the first time over. See what happens here if he gets back a second time. Right now the Reaper moving about, a couple more barracks continue to come in, the orbital command and CC building as well. Grenade goes down. Just going to be seeing the creep going to get cleaned up a little bit. We do not get that tumor, so it just survives. I mean, there's two there. It's not the biggest of issues. Let's have ourselves the barracks coming through. The tech lab coming up. Refinery is still building as well, so all of that coming in. Link Speed and Queens also producing as we just have our Reaper again turned around by the Queens there. Again, orbital command coming up. A couple of SCVs will, a couple of Marines will still build. Stimpack is building as well. That Link Speed finishing in the next few moments as the Reaper goes for the creep tumor. It's going to be getting it as the few Lings come through and just going to turn that Reaper back the other direction. Engineering base coming online, the factory producing, and the Reaper is going to step forward again for the creep tumor, but not going to be able to do too much as it gets turned around pretty much immediately. On our way to our stim. I guess no surprises on that one. The engineering base coming through, the starport coming online, additional drones all building. As we settle here for the moment, the extra drones in production. And yeah, Marine stim +1. All of that continues to come around just for now. So continue with that there. Again, the reactor and the starport coming online. The overlord on the left side setting up as well. 1-1 upgrade, stim pack. Continue to come on through. Our Marines will gather on the depot. Okay, that's in the lair. 1-1 upgrades, the stim pack. Again, a little bit of everything coming about for the few moments here. Scan the Lings to go nibble through some rocks, opening up what is a double set of rocks, which obviously opens up this space. And then allows you to kind of move through and kind of get through this area a little bit more easily. Still nibbling, just going to have ourselves the rock still taking damage, so a few more shots coming about. Again, the 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield building from ByuN. We're going to see the melee upgrades coming through on the side of SHIN, with the Bane speed attached to that as well. Armory building up, a couple of reactors coming about, Medivacs depot, Marines and upgrades. Like I said, that's kind of where this game is at right now, but finally some harassment as some Marines and Medivacs move forward onto the map to see what else is going on. They're going to get rid of a couple of Lings to start us off right away. It's a lot of creep going down. Once again, the melee upgrades and the Bane speed continue to come up. Just going to be seeing a few more Marines getting grabbed. Queens going to fire. Lings are going to surround just for the moment. The Queens will get back onto these rocks. It's been a priority for Shin clearly to open up this space. I think he's seen probably a lot of games of ByuN where he sets up around this area, pushing into the Zerg, and really utilizes kind of firing over those rocks as a position he can utilize in his favor. So yeah, I think this is Shin really just realizing and knowing what ByuN likes to do on these maps and just saying, no, I'm not going to let you get that, or I'm not going to let you do that. Not freely and not easily. No way is that going to be allowed. So just coming across, making something of this. A creep tumor goes down. We're going to scan. Another creep tumor falls. The Marines are going to run through as we have a bit more creep. I'll get jumped on as well. It's just going to clean up as much of this as possible. Still step forwards here. A few Banes are going to get caught as they try and morph in. One Baneling goes down. The other two actually finished. We could have probably targeted them if we wanted to, as ByuN is reinforcing, but he's also about to be counterattacked. So on the other side, we are about to see Shin actually turn around. He's going to come back to kind of flank this army instead. So a little bit of a change of heart in terms of what he's doing. I thought he was going to go, but there's Marines here, there's a wall off. This base would have been maybe one he could have cancelled if he went there originally. Obviously now missed opportunity because that can just not morph into a planetary and lift in the skies if it's an issue, but I think ByuN will just run Marines there to keep the planetary morph on the way. No reason to cancel that in that situation. Did Clem play? No Clem today. He didn't play in this event. Chunk of additional barracks to go down the right side. Marines will come through, a couple of creep tumors being picked off. Getting to the high ground there and picking off a couple more creep tumors as well, so just trying to get a little bits of extra damage done. 2-2 upgrades coming over, the Lings are going to go stepping back as well. Lings continue to come through. Again, just going to be having the Banelings continue to build. 2-2 upgrades coming about. The Medivacs and the Marines are still coming through. The tech labs will build on the barracks. A couple of overseers will still be making their way up. The infestation pit on the way too, so Shin continues to get the tech online for this one. Game number 4. As ByuN is settled on the 4 bases, one of them being this half base in the back. Half mineral patch. Count does have the double gas, just as normal. Violet Square was one of the maps that really try and start invigorating the idea of new kind of base or mineral / gas numbers, node numbers in the in map pools. Like I say, that back base was like, hey, look, you got a free base, but it's not as good as a normal base, which is exactly why in this scenario, for example, Shin completely ignores this base. He'd rather just take full bases and sees that as a much more valuable way to play. So, at its time, Neon Violet Square was pretty revolutionary in that. Marines on the top. It's going to be pulling back again. The Ling Bane's still coming over. We turn around, move about. Just trying to see what else we can do. Leftover Widowmine doesn't connect on much as the Medivacs load up. I'm playing just 2 different groups of Medivacs at the moment and continue to utilize these as a way to try and see what else is going on. Check out him, man. How you doing? Still Star Trek and up to level 12, eh? Thank you so much. As the Medivac's going to boost across, the Spore Crawler whacking away. The Medivac's going to take quite a bit of damage. Those Lings, though, will go down. And I mean, it's actually a pretty good drop position from ByuN because he gets right in a choke point. There's no Banelings initially, so he'll take a very good fight. Has to run away here, but this area, these choke points are so good for the Terrans, so pretty much a safe haven he can fall away to. As we actually see this position of Shin, who was actually trying to get this base up now eventually. It's going to be denied for the moment. Not really go very far for him. As Lingbane Hydra trying to come in from the left. The Bioforce going to have to stim away, get towards the, again, choke points here and try and help yourself out. Let the Widowmines do their thing. The Zerg's actually going to keep on chasing through the squares this time around. forces ByuN to go for a full lift up and is going to at least threaten to the other side as the medevacs begin to move up to the top. We still have a couple of units left over here. No, they're just changelings, so I thought that was something left from ByuN, like a Widow Mine or so, but it's actually just going to be, like I say, changelings. Nothing crazy there just yet. Oh, and she lost a medevac here as well as we try to go for the drop in, so that gets denied as well, because here we'll get rid of the Widow Mine and the army from ByuN. I mean, you can't fight into those lurkers right now. You do not have the tools necessary to take that engagement in the slightest. The Ling, the Bane, the lurker running up. I think there's another just kind of lift up and get the hell out of there scenarios for ByuN. Just kind of, you know, cut your losses basically at this point. As I see those lurkers continue to come through. The Bioforce still moving around, getting a few more Lings picked away at. +3 melee, +3 carapace, adrenal glands, and a muscular swell, and the additional hydras, lings and banes, and the Nidus network all building through. Hydra Force gathering in the center, Bio with the medevac getting going as well. A couple Widow Mines are set up. These few additional Banelings will finish in very shortly. Up in the main, gonna find an extractor, but once again, pretty quickly forced to lift up and back away from here. So Shin's defense continues to move at a rapid pace, and he's keeping up with the drops of ByuN very nicely so far, not letting that become an issue at all. Continue to move around for a couple of moments as the Bio has to split backwards, but ByuN doesn't have the numbers for this to be a significant threat. I do begin to fear a little bit that this is just in general becoming a scenario where ByuN just doesn't have the numbers kind of full stop, I guess. I mean, he's taking a gold base. He should be able to bounce back up. He is getting ghost as well, so I mean, we're hitting a different stage of this game now for ByuN, so maybe I should not worry so much. When ByuN is, like I say, about to hit a bit of a different stage of this game, which is now going to involve ghosts and just a bit, you know, a few more tech units in general. That should help you out a lot and should push you back over into the right direction here very soon. As Ling Hydra Bane gathers up, the Bio will gather together as well on the bottom side. It's going to be seen the Planetary Fortress going to get jumped on immediately as those Hydras come straight on through. Well, the gold base didn't last very long. At least we're getting the SCVs away, but there's another base here that's going to be exposed immediately. So this base in trouble as well. +3 melee still coming up. The additional Marauders are building from ByuN. That line of barracks between the in-base and the forward natural going by. And now SHIN going to start implementing Nidus networks into this game plan as well. As he starts to Nidus around the map. I mean, that's one Nidus that goes down immediately. We'll just see the rest of the Widow Mines moving over. The Ling Bane over here and the Bio moving about as well with the medevacs. Seeing where we can get to. Planetary Fortress is going to be in some trouble as the lurkers will try and knock it down, but I actually think ByuN's going to survive this one, and he will get rid of those lurkers as well. So ByuN actually going to win a fight, and that's going to help him out, especially as he can keep the SEVs and the planetary there too. That's going to be a big advantage compared to what he would have been working with otherwise. And the lurkers, the lings, and the banes all continue to be added in here. ByuN is going to go across again with some ghosts involved. His army is definitely looking a little bit better than the last time we saw it, so it's a bonus. Ghosts and the Bio gathering together. Just going to see the Overseers coming through too. Oh, lurkers on hold position. They waited, and they will drop the attack once the units get there. He gets 3 ghosts and a couple of other Bio units along with it. That's a nice little hold position on the lurkers. We have a lurker on the high ground. This map is so good for kind of abusing these bases because there's so much high ground and kind of backup bases you can hit. And SHIN is doing a great job of doing exactly that, just harassing with a few different units and then hitting bigger run-bys as well. He's been extremely effective, I would say, so far, putting himself into very good winnable positions in these games. I think it's a fair way to say it as the Bio continues down the right. Nidus Network still coming through right in that corner as well, just further afield for ByuN to kind of run over to, so that's going to take him a few moments as well, and that's an issue because trying to push into lurkers there now might be a problem. I'm going to kill the Nidus. The lurkers actually mostly evacuated, one got left behind. I'm just going to be seeing that lurker just going to get jumped on as well as the ghost and the Bioforce gets there, and that lurker will indeed drop. On the far left, Nidus coming up is we're just going to use that as a reinforcing position, it seems, for a few moments. And Burrow coming through, the Ling Bane in production, the army of ByuN. Starting to move through the middle of the map just a little bit. Got power on the way, got the Nidus network building. And just take a few moments here to settle down once again. As they're still going to be low because we've just got to scan and deal with throughout this map. Still stepping through. Again, a few more spine crawlers coming up as well, so we continue to bring that into play. It's going to be having ourselves the Medivacs, the Widowmite, and the Marine Marauder Ghost continue to come up here. Got a bit of that Bioforce from ByuN. Going to move over to the right-hand side. Bio will get there, pick off that Nidus network, so that will fall to the rest of the Bio. The Medivacs and the Ghosts again going to be stepping up just for a few moments. +3 missile upgrade also in production. That through as we speak as well. That tree's going to go down, so that's a kill actually on the gold base, at least a little win for ByuN, and that's actually a massive Widowmine connection. Goes right in the center of the Lings in the end, as they really worked against themselves for that surround to come in. That's the Bio unloading, a couple snipes coming down. Overseer's getting grabbed, Extractor will fall. Now the Banes are going to continue to roll up, the Ghosts are going to get hit, the Bio units load back into the Medivacs once again. They drop back down to the gold, but there's already units there from SHIN, so he's immediately ready to just meet and greet and turn those units around. So that's not going to go very well for you, that's not going to end the way you wanted it to. And everything else now joining back up together as well as the rest of the Ling Bane continues over. And +3 missiles, the Hydras, the Banes, all of this continue to come about. The Changelings just laying out on the top of that ramp. That Bio Ghost Force will take a few more steps onwards, heading around the left-hand side. There's another Nidus network into that bottom left-hand corner. The Widowmines still in production as well. Feels like shots going to come out from afar. Now +3 missiles, now a link count will continue to grow for the moment here. Let's see, the couple of Widowmine shots I'm going to go off, but not doing too much. It's just a group of changes on the main base, nothing being missed there as the Bane Force is going to chase the Medivacs away. ByuN now with another dart up the center of the map. It just feels like the Zerg. I mean, this map is kind of huge at the end of the day, and I feel like we're just seeing the size of it coming into play right now. Is it's extremely difficult to imagine how ByuN gets to the other side here and successfully does damage outside of just the drop play, but SHIN is getting better and better defending the drops, which means it's getting tougher and tougher for ByuN to have much meaning in this game. He is going to come back into the gold base now, which will force SHIN back once more. ByuN also mining off the gold. That's just an orbital. As well as going to Nidus into the main base, and that's the thing. These bases are already also very drawn apart, the way that the map's laid out. Getting from some of those bases to the others is going to be tough, as ByuN, I think the Nidus in the main base is going to hurt the most right now. He feels probably pretty good winning in the center. Nidus spawns immediately, Ghost Lurkers just pop out. Ghost Academy there is going to be a target. Production in general is never fun to have camps from your opponents, so... and actually we're just going to see ByuN having to tap out of this game as this gets to be a little bit too much right then and there. SHIN 3, ByuN 1. And ByuN is knocked out, and SHIN is advancing to the finals. We're going to see SHIN MaxPax a game. We casted a lot of these games the last couple of days, actually, in the WardiTV Christmas Day games. SHIN MaxPax, I think, is a very fun rematch because SHIN beat MaxPax in that event. And throughout the year, just in general, SHIN MaxPax has been a series which has continued to deliver back and forth series. Very interesting games, a lot of different variety of strategy as well. So yeah, kind of... expecting this to be a pretty fun one. Honestly, I really do. I think we're going to have a bit of a competition going in here as we'll get ready for that in a few moments. So the way that this works is that this is a best of 7, but the winner bracket player does get an advantage, and the advantage in this is going to be a 1-0 lead. So map 1 goes to MaxPax. MaxPax begins 1-0. So it's a best of 7 with that 1-0 start. We'll be heading into that very soon. What's happening on YouTube, by the way? Hello, guys. We are almost at our all-time viewership record for YouTube. We are like 40 viewers away from hitting the all-time viewership record there. That's crazy. Hello, hope you're doing great. Love you guys on Twitch as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. Got one more series for you all here in 2024 before the 2025 year begins. Like I said, I'll not be here tomorrow. Take New Year's Day off, but I will be here. I know, slacking for, 100% of the days in the new year I will not have streamed. But I will be here on Thursday, the 2nd of January, with OSC Championship qualifiers, as well as the Leo League Cup qualifiers are that day too, but we'll be focusing on OSC. I was already committed to that. And Master Coliseum across the weekend as well. My birthday the week after as well, so we'll be having some fun for that, I'm sure. A lot going on. A lot going on. Alrighty, guys. Thanks so much for joining us so far. Appreciate you all being here. We are just waiting for some ads to play out, and we can kick off into this best of 7. We'll just call it Game 2 from the start, because Game 1 will be a 1-0 win, auto win for MaxPax, because it came from the winner's bracket. Congratulations, MaxPax. Good job. Well played. Yeah, we'll kick this off in a few short moments. Love it. Love it. Again, how's everyone doing? Good to see you all. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you guys. We'll just give it about, how long are we doing? About 30 seconds. Let's start hosting. We could probably actually just start the countdown off and get into this. Get this underway, guys. Grand Finals, MaxPax versus SHIN, best of 7 coming up. Who's playing MaxPax? Gonna be SHIN. SHIN just advanced over ByuN in that lower bracket final. So SHIN, MaxPax, PVZ, best of 7. Nice. Oh, Maxu Paxu. Yeah, looking to... So the way this works is, so SHIN, if he wins this, can improve his seeding in the OSC Championship bracket from one of the earlier rounds in the upper bracket to one of the deeper rounds, because winning the mid-season playoffs gives you a 5th or 6th seed. The other thing that happens here is MaxPax has already got the highest possible seed because he's top 4 in OSC points. MaxPax is able to be the first player ever to win both the mid-season playoffs in a year of OSC, so... Obviously, there's also prize money on the line too, but there's a couple of storylines here when it builds into that OSC Championship. We're going to talk a lot about the OSC Championship in the coming weeks, guys, because like I say, we've got obviously OSC on the mind with the Championship starting. We'll be talking all about those storylines. It'll happen throughout January. It actually ends the final week of January into February, so it does last quite a serious amount of time, the OSC Championship. We'll, like I say, be covering a whole bunch of days of that for you guys as well. Alright, we're going to kick off into this grand final. Let's do it. Take this away. That's a donation. Thank you so much, Razor TL, for the £5 donation. Appreciate it, mate. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Appreciate it. Alright, guys. I kind of like this. MaxPax SHIN for our last series of the year. I actually really do like this. I genuinely think that this is a... I think this is genuinely a series which I think has had a lot of meaning this year, especially the last few months where you've seen, in the online tournaments, MaxPax and SHIN both dominating. And like I say, specifically between the two of them, they've gone back and forth a lot of the times that they have played. So let's get into it. Thank you to OSC for having us. Let's have a spectacle here for our final matchup. And it's in the top right-hand corner, the red Protoss player. This is MaxPax, and he starts up 1-0. He gets a game 1 victory because he comes from the winner bracket. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg player here in this best of 7 will be SHIN. Here on ley lines, going to open up with the hatchery on location. Probe does not come early enough to go for any kind of blockage here early on, so nothing too much of a factor about that. As we get our probe coming all the way across, again, hatching a couple drones coming up, and the early game PVZ probably is not going to be all too wild or all too crazy. We just take a few moments to get ourselves set up and to see where things will go. Var91 on the 5 gifted subs and the +1 from Valorant to make it a cheeky 6. Thank you so much for the gift and subs, mate. Appreciate it. Going out to Hell Knight 55, Night Saver, Aries 4611, Pollux T, Zandhouse 4, and Infinity 5362. Appreciate the generosity. Appreciate the love. Thank you so much for gifting some subs. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for supporting. I think that pushes us over 800 subs as well. Nice to end the year a little bit above the average that we've been lingering on for parts of this year. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. As we get game number 2 of this series underway, like I say, I'll call it game 2 because the deeper it goes, the easier it is to call it whatever game it is on the scoreboard. Obviously, it's a bit weird here because it's the first game being played, but just imagine game 1 was won by MaxPax because just instantly, and now this is game 2. Because we do have our Adept going to Chrono Boost out, so just going to bring that straight onwards. Get that going immediately. So Adept is Chrono Boosting away, looking pretty cozy for a couple of moments here. And I'm just going to be bringing that through as a couple of Lings are going to make their way across as well, so they're just going to wander over for a few moments. Obviously some early scouting information. They'll also be the Adept defense squad, so expect those Zerglings to have an impact as we continue by for the early stages. Key drones popping out. The Stargate will go into the main base, so again, very standard for MaxPax. Expecting him to play a lot of Stargate in this series. Multiple different kind of Oracle counts, I would imagine, as well as we move through this. Definitely something we expect from MaxPax, like I say, across the course of a best of 7, especially just a lot of games, and Stargate's a very standard way to play. It's definitely going to be something he comes back to and turns back to over the course of this one, as there's a couple of Adepts still poking around. The Lings, the Queen, the Ling speed coming up, 2 more drones in production. The Oracle is Chrono Boosting out of the Stargate. That's going to be coming across as well. Queen's going to get there. The Adept will go down. I'm just going to see the Adept trying to go for the drones for a few moments, but we'll not be able to do too much of significance on that one. And it's the Oracle coming about. The few drones continue in. The Zerglings are going to find an Adept over in this direction as well. It's just going to get a little pick off there. The Oracle will obviously chase. We can energy overcharge Oracles nowadays, so activating Oracles to chase down Zerglings is a lot more viable than it ever used to be, actually. So right now the Lings will just get back onto this Nexus, nibble at the building pylon, and we can go from there. What do you think the count is off? How is it 1-0? I explained it 3 times already at the start of the game. MaxPax came from the winner bracket, and so he is in a 1-0 lead in this grand final. Game number 2 already, because he just gets the free win in game 1 because that's his winner bracket advantage. I've already explained it 3 times, so hopefully a 4th will do the job for anyone that's joining us just a couple minutes into the game. The Oracles will activate, a couple drones will go down. Max won the first game, yes, but they didn't play a first game. He just gets a 1-0 lead. But we're going to call this game 2 because by the time it's game 4, say we call it this game 1, by the time it's game 4, but the score is like, you know, 3-2, and it's actually game, like, it just gets confusing. So it's just easier right now to call this game 2. So yeah. Ay. Adepts just going to come through. A couple of Queens are going to get ready to poke away at those. Adepts trying to fight those back a little bit where possible. So trying to find some value as the charge and the +1 continue to come over. It's going to be seeing the Queens. Again, going there. The Adepts and the Oracles will join up as well. Definitely looking for some possibility of doing some further damage. I mean, obviously just lingering on the edge of creep, denying creep spread, controlling this game as best you can early on is the current situation from MaxPax. So trying to make something happen there. Just going to be having a couple more creep twins going down. Like I say, really nice to just completely deny the creep spread so far. Going to make it very tough for Shin to connect this 4th base with creep, and that's going to make it more difficult to defend that the deeper this goes. Oracles activate with the Lings threatening onto the Adepts there for a couple of moments. That's just going to be a defense and a little bit of a pushback. I'm about to say, I've actually loved just how much MaxPax has been able to do with these Adepts, but this might be the end of them. We're going to see one going down, a second lives. Queens get there to push the Oracle back over as well, so actually that's going to be still not so bad. Just going to be seeing a couple of Adepts getting there to pick the Zerglings off as well. The other Zerglings continuing through to the other side of the map as we go. Just getting all of that ready. As, yeah, the Adept's going to get surrounded, the Ling's going to be there, charging +1 coming up. The Archons will be morphing, and the additional Zealots coming through as well. Nexus in production, Spire building in the back from SHIN. Just going to see the Zerglings trying to get wrapped around, and they will cancel a 4th base, so SHIN able to slow down MaxPax. And getting a 4th base online is definitely a nice start. And like I say, with the Spire on the way up, Mutalisk as an option for him will be fun to see him kind of play that out. I kind of like that he's going Mutas early in the series too. I feel like this is something SHIN mixes in a lot, but to kind of just hit straight at Mutas for game number 1, I actually think this is pretty neat. Spire is going to be done very soon, and like I say, we just gotta survive to actually get that Spire up in a meaningful way. We actually kill the Nexus on the other side. That's no cancel, so that's money down the drain for MaxPax. Right now, like I say, SHIN just has to focus on actually surviving here, though, and actually seeing the point where he can build Mutalisks. He's got money banked up, so he wants to build those Mutalisks. I think he's actually got enough Roaches to do this too, and he can zone the Prism out so far, because the Queens were in the right position to do so. We're actually going to zone this back, and now Mutalisks get to build. It's actually becoming a very good situation for SHIN. Muta's on the way out. He's defended against his initial attack. This is one of the scarier parts, and because this is a charge-based game from MaxPax, him not having Blink is going to become a factor here when you consider that there's now Mutalisks on the way. Prism's not going to do much if the Muta's intercepted either, and just across the board, this is looking extremely good for our Zerg. SHIN got to be feeling pretty darn good about this at the moment. +2 attack, Storm coming up, the Robo Facility, and Nexus coming down line, the Ling Roach Ravager, and the +1 missiles continuing to produce. Set up, just going to be seeing the Stasis Ward catching. The Zergling at the front there. Again, the Storm and the +2 continue to come in as well. On the right-hand side, the Muta's going to fly into the natural, and MaxPax's preparation for this is pretty minimal as the Roach Ravager is going to get jumped on, get a jump on those Zealots. Like I say, because we cleaned up so well before, I think he's going to just be able to keep on fighting quite nicely. That Roach Ravager number is nothing to be sad about. That's a lot of units. There is the Prism on the other side. Oh, it just died, so the Queens get the kill. So those few Zealots will get cleaned up. Mutas are just straight up fighting the Stalker Warpins. SHIN pushing on the top side of this as well and looking great to just immediately undo the advantage MaxPax gets from being the winner bracket player here to start this series off. Surprised these Mutas haven't gone anywhere else. The main base is completely open. I think right now would be a good time to go to the main because that's a bigger Stalker Warpin than what we've seen. But the Roach Ravager numbers are not stopping. The Stasis only catches a handful of Lings. The Mutas are going to turn back onto those Stalkers. Immortals still being chased down. The Ravagers continue to punch their way through as well. It does not look as though this is going to be going anywhere anytime soon, apart from in favor of SHIN, as SHIN is going to take game number 2 of this series. And we are tied up just like that. The advantage of MaxPax gets wiped off the board as SHIN shows up on ley lines with a pretty devastating Muta-based play. It all came off of the good initial defense. By defending well initially, you give yourself the chance for those Mutas to come online and for those Mutas to put in work. So there you go. Good start right there, and we'll continue very soon. Alright, guys, get set up. Alright, we'll take a couple moments. Just want to pop the buttons over there, get that sorted out. Beautiful. Did SHIN just spend New Year's Eve playing SC2? These were pre-played. These are replays. The beauty of it is that you didn't even know, so there you go. That's the beauty of StarCraft. We can watch replays, enjoy the games at any point in time when it's convenient for us to watch, give everyone some New Year's entertainment, and the players can actually go and enjoy their lives as well. Amazing. Alright, let's jump into game number 3 here, guys. of the OSC Mid-Season Playoffs Grand Finals. It's 1-1 between MaxPax and SHIN, two players who I would say are definitely striking up a little bit of a rivalry the last few months. You know, they keep getting the better of each other in some pretty big online events. I'd love to, I mean, MaxPax doesn't really play offline, right? But I would love to start seeing these guys have an offline rivalry, because I actually do genuinely think that these two are really getting well matched for each other as well. MaxPax is maybe not the absolute best PvZer, right? And I think SHIN is very competent in this matchup, and it makes what, like I say, just a good level between the two of them. MaxPax in the upper right is our red Protoss player, as his 1-0 winning bracket advantage gets wiped off the board with SHIN taking that Game 2 victory, and he is now going to be tied up. I'm looking to see where this series can go as a probe already comes across the map and is just going to go straight into the natural. Drone pulls over, probe is going to get chased around a little bit here, just for a few moments, and there we go. What moves out hatchery was looking to maybe go down that natural, but yeah, because of the probe blocking it, there we go. We are going to put it down the end. So just a little bit of a game here where SHIN is going to put that hatchery down pretty late, but would rather have it on the natural than take the third. Maybe he is specifically on this map a little bit more afraid of just a depth pressure or something along those lines, because he was very cautious about putting that down. He was not playing games when it came to that one. He was not playing games. Overlord to the upper right-hand side. Again, Hatch, the pool coming through. The Nexus and the Cybercore will come up as well. So I guess just readjust my headset. As you're going to be seeing a simulator coming through. Nexus and the core coming up. The hatchery, Lings, and a Queen will also continue into play for the moment. Get all of that online. Yeah, away we go. Overlord just going to be chilling out on the natural. Bolt gate coming up. The Nexus coming through. Have ourselves the Overlord of SHIN just in the middle of the map as well. We just take a few moments. Again, early game PvZ. Hanging around for a little bit here as we just settle down. The Overlord moving around. Stargate coming up. The Queen's in production. Again, that Stargate just going to finish in a few moments' time, and we do see the few Zerglings of SHIN just stepping up for a couple of moments. Again, the Warp Gate building, the Oracle on the way out, a couple more probes being added on as we speak. Zergling speed coming up, the Queen is being added in there, and the Lings are going to wander into this natural expansion already. So into the natural we go with the Lings. Probe's going to get chased around a little bit. Things will continue to go, go, go. As the probes go back the other direction. Again, those couple of Lings just going to take some shots. And a little bit of back and forth to start out. Who runs this tournament? This is an OSC tournament, so it's run by OSC. They've been running events for many, many years now. We will be having the OSC Championship on our channel next month, starting on January 2nd with some of their qualifiers and challenger brackets. So, yes, OSC Championship, big event. OSC running so many events and supporting so many events through the year with OSC points. They sponsor the WardiTV Monday Cups. So, yes, we're very happy to be partnered with OSC. I'm super excited to bring you guys the OSC Championship for January 2025. I think I covered my first OSC Championship in 2017, January 2017 or so. I believe it was a ByuN Keen series to round out that one. As we casted through the night, I think I finished the finals at like 8 or 9 a.m. after casting for, I want to say like 10 to 12 hours or something. It was like a long night. We used to play on very different schedules back then. We used to do some very different schedules back then, so yes, that was a thing. Was that Season 4? Season 4. ByuN beat Keen in the Grand Finals. Apparently I can't click for any time info on Wikipedia, but that was a throwback. Yeah, that was in 2017. There's a few links coming back around. Just gonna try and get something done. You know, people are like, "What do you cast all the time nowadays, guys?" I used to cast like through the night, like 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. and stuff as well. You know, like young Wardy had some real StarCraft passion in there. Now we just cast at midday to 5 every day. You know. Yeah. I always remember that one because I'm pretty sure that was the first OSC championship I did. I might have done like a little bit of the previous ones. I don't think I did do the previous ones. I don't think I did the previous one at all. So yeah, that was the first one I did, and I remember because, like I say, we casted through the night. There's some epic games. It was actually a pretty awesome TVT Grand Final. Keen won the first match from the lower bracket, so he reset the brackets, so we went even longer. Don't think young Wardy slept. Oh no, I definitely lost some. I definitely lost some sleeping time in the years of casting StarCraft 2, the first 5 or 6 years. It was very common for us to do like 17-hour streams, you know, of just straight up like tournaments, like one tournament into another, joined another one late. Like we would do like 4 or 5 tournaments a day, like start at 9 a.m., finish up at like, 1 a.m. or something. We did that a lot. GCL thing that's going to run through here. This game's been getting going. The Stalkers have their blink, and so MaxPax is able to get into a position to apply some pressure now in this series. As he will do this right now as away we go. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the Queens gather up. The Adept getting there. +1 on Blink still coming through. The Robo Bay is producing. The Observer coming online as we do have our Stalkers, Adept, and Oracles joining in the center of the map. I'm going to take some steps forwards as our Queens will take some hits. The Lings are going to try and run through. Are they going to be able to catch anything? Not really. The Stasis is going to just fire off and not really connect at all. The rest of the Lings still just going to come on over. As again, the +1 attack and the Robo Bay and the Nexus all continue to come through. Nice trades from MaxPax, obviously cutting back, utilizing the Oracles well, protecting the Stalkers is obviously a very important part of this too. It's going to be seeing our Lings coming over, the Stalkers and the Oracles get chased away. Did we just kill our own Stasis Ward there? Or was there a unit there that actually popped it? I actually don't think I saw that properly. Try and watch that back in a moment on the YouTube. No, he just attacked his own Stasis Ward. Yeah, he literally just attacked his own Stasis Ward. Oh, misclick from MaxPax. As the next Stasis Ward gets popped, just a handful of Lings being caught, nothing too serious just yet. Ling Hydra pushing forward. 9 probes going down. Sorry, I kind of missed that as I got caught up checking out what happened with that Stasis Ward, maybe more than I should have done. Infestation Pit on the way through. Ling Bane producing +1 missiles, and that muscular augments coming through for Hydra speed is going to be online very shortly as well. Stasis Ward just catching a few of the Lings. The Ling Hydra continues over. And again, these Stalkers going to fight a few more Zerglings right there. +2 attack, extended thermal lance, all coming about. Just going to be seeing even more Banelings getting morphed in as we speak. Stalkers are still going after those Hydras. The Lings are still being chased down. More Lings being caught at the moment. Just going to be seeing the units looking to wrap around. There's the few Banes are going to come crashing through as well, whacking into a few of those Zealots already. Stalkers, the Colossus gathered together. We're just going to start breaking through into this mineral line perhaps. Lings and Hydras gathering up. Extra Stalkers warping in. Just going to be seeing these Lings popping out in the next few moments. The Banes are going to roll toward this mineral line, toward those workers. And then the Banes is going to keep rolling through. The Colossus is going to get struck. The Stalkers are going to hit. Damage being done as we are going to be seeing at the end though. MaxPax is going to turn this away, but we lose this hatchery already. So you lose a base. Oh, Revelation coming down now. We're going to knock down an Oracle as well. We turn back onto that Colossus. That's going to get chased the other direction. I actually don't think SHIN is going to stop. MaxPax is not going to have enough to survive, and this means that we're going to be able to get this base as well. We use up a couple of the Banes before they hit the Zealots, so the Zealots are going to be able to live for a few moments longer. The Colossus is on its way back over. Can it save the day? If nothing else, we're going to lose a few more probes. The Colossus getting hunted by Hydras on the other side. Now those Hydras can maybe focus the Oracles, but the Oracles get rid of the Hydras. The problem is everything else here is obviously going to be very one-sidedly in Shin's favor, and he is going to zoom through 2 games back-to-back to take a 2-1 lead. His first lead of this grand final going to go up in the series. And can I put a bit of pressure on MaxPax then, alright? You know, 2 games where Shin's looked very good. He played Midas, he's played Hydras. A couple different styles of play. And both times he has been able to be extremely successful in this matchup. So, fun start from Shin. He's kind of had MaxPax's number. I mean, he beat him in the WardiTV Christmas Day games. What was their results kind of before that one, actually? It was always kind of pretty back and forth between these two. Yeah, Shin won the last 2 times they met, then MaxPax won twice, then Shin won twice. Very back and forth, actually, between these two. This would be kind of a little bit off of the back and forth pattern, with Shin starting to create a little bit of dominance lately if he wins this series, I would say. We dive into map 4. Shin leads 2-1. Can he take that to a match point advantage, or is MaxPax going to say that it's time to turn this around? Abyssal Reef is our battlefield for our next game of this grand final here today in the OSC mid-season playoffs. Again, Shin looking for a great starting seed into the tournament. MaxPax looking to just grab some extra prize money and to do what no one else has done before, which is win 2 OSC mid-season playoffs of the same year. As we have in the top left, our red Protoss player. Down only a game, but remember that he's not actually won a game yet. He just had the winner bracket advantage for the 1-0 lead. It is MaxPax in the top left-hand side, and he is taking on Shin in the bottom right, our blue Zerg player, as we get into game number 4. And Shin popping off a little bit. Can he get up to, like I say, a match point advantage here in the grand finals? Alright, well, probe coming about. Gateway and the assimilator continues to come through. The hatchery starts up on the natural as we just get ourselves the first few moments of this all settled. Okay, guys, if... I don't know what's going on in chat, but if you see people saying that they've seen the games, it's just not true. Like, these games have not been seen by anyone, and they are, I mean, they are replays, but they are being casted live. No one's seen these games. No one knows the scores. This is not being updated on Wikipedia. You will find out the results of these games as they happen and in no other way. I promise you that any results being posted in Twitch chat are people just making stuff up. They have no idea. So if anyone says that they know the result, you can have my permission to point at them and be like, you are an idiot. Okay? Cool. We'll just mock them out of the stream for being stupid. Twitch chat wouldn't lie to you. Oh, buddy, you're gonna have a rough. I don't know whether to do this to your New Year's Eve, but you're gonna have a rough time when you hear about the reality of Twitch chat. Alright, couple lings going through, moving across. As Shin gets his early lings going to the top left-hand side of the map, away we go for a little bit of action. Stargate play once again here from MaxPax. Again, it's a consistent, safe, and very steady way to play, so no surprise at all to see that Stargate coming up one more time here from our Protoss player as we get this PvZ settled into our 4th map now. I really do expect that Stargate just to come up again and again and again and again on the side of MaxPax. I just do not think there's going to be much slowing down or delaying there as the Adept comes over, the fuelings get chased away. As we coming up, Oracle and the Warp Gate gathered together. It's going to be seeing the fuelings coming back across. We have ourselves the couple queens going to come over as well. Again, the Oracle coming up, the Warp Gate coming through. And get settled down for just a little bit right now as we have our 3rd hatchery coming into play. Why is he playing Oracle all the time? Because Oracle is a very good way to open. You can go so many different ways from Oracle. And Oracle into Blink is a very safe way to open especially, so... Oracle coming through, Link's coming up, the Warp Gate building. Nexus is going to drop down on the third as the Oracle comes over. And again, we just get ourselves settled for a few moments with the Oracle providing some good information early. Oracle 2 is out. We are going to go to Oracle 3, so the triple Oracle play here from MaxPax tells us a little bit about how much he's happy to invest into this Stargate play and so on. The Oracle is going to get rid of a couple creep tumors at the front, so again, something you can do more frequently now because you have energy overcharge. Revelate the creep tumors, laser beam them down with the pulsar beam after. That was not really something you could get away with before because it was just such an energy investment. It would be like, well, now you have no Oracle energy. Whereas nowadays you can do that, and even now gets in for a couple of drones. So again, one of the ways in which energy overcharge has been a pretty vast improvement for early game harassment in the PvZ matchup. Queens get there, and the Oracle gets turned back for the moment. Again, Twilight Council, Forge, Nexus, Probes, and Adepts. All of that continues to build through for the moment, so just getting a little bit of this, that, and all the rest up and running. Again, Twilight Council and Forge coming in, the Lair and the Extractor coming through. 6 additional Overlords building up, and the Adepts already shading their way out across the map to start things out. So they're going to get themselves over the other direction. Adepts and the Oracles gather up, going to head back down the bottom right side. It's going to be seeing the Oracles and the Adepts both going to make their way over here. So the Revelation goes down, the Adepts are going to come shading up this ramp, going to start hitting that Queen. And that Queen's going to go down pretty quickly, so the Queen gets cleaned out. The other Queen's coming back, the Oracle's chased away again. The Oracle on the right side chased back as well for the moment. Infestation Pit, Hatchery, +1 missiles, Roach Speed, all of that coming through, the Queen in production, the Blink and the +1 coming online as well. And again, the Oracle's activating, chasing those Lings away, the couple Queens getting hunted down. Oracle drops a Revelation into the rest of that army, the Lings would love to get on top of those Adepts. We're going to do that right now as well. Fleet Beacon still building, Stalker's on the way out, and we've got the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon, so MaxPax ready to just accelerate into the later stages of this game in the way of the air control. Just gonna get that going here. The next little bit as the feelings do step forward. And yeah, those Oracles just gonna come through and actually hit down the Queens. The Queen's gonna go down. Triple Oracle putting some work in right now as SHIN taking some pretty serious damage. These Adepts are gonna live. The Oracles did very well. That was a lot of damage taken. Resources lost 125 to 1537. Don't know if the Adepts have to step forward there, but I get it. You want to try and hit the mineral line. That's going to obviously even the resources lost out a little bit better, but obviously still really heavily in, MaxPax's favor. He gets off to an incredible start here on Abyssal Reef. Definitely the best start we've had so far. Eisenhower coming up. Swarmhost all on the way out. There is another Nexus on the front. That 4th base coming through. Zerglin of SHIN moving around as well. The carriers, the mothership, all of this coming through for now as we get settled here. We got the charge and the +1 air weapons coming about. The Ling Roach still moving about in the center a little bit as well, so again, doing everything we can just for the early stages, and we continue to knock our way through the rocks for now. Yeah, rocks will take some damage. The Oracle's going to come over. Blink across with those Stalkers. Roach is going to take hits. The Lings get chased away. So they're going to get pushed all the way back the other side. And now these Locusts drop down. This is going to go straight through for this Nexus. The Nexus will die. It's an easy pick off as well. Just going to get ourselves the Locusts now onto a couple other bits and pieces here and there. So I'm still seeing the extra gates coming through. The carriers in production. We actually Nidus on the left-hand side. This is where SHIN just starts to play completely chaotically and just says, okay, you know, you had me in the first half. You definitely got some good damage done. Let's see if I can bring this back by absolutely being a pretty aggressive Zerg, which we know SHIN likes to be. And he's just going to try and somewhat try to out-multitask MaxPax here, essentially, as the Oracle chases in. The Stalkers get pushed around a little bit as well, so that's going to be all going on. Again, a couple of Oracles fighting there. Roach is taking hits. It's going to be seeing the Locust dropping through, and that means that we can already start to get damage done. I like the Swarm Host because to me it's actually a really good way to potentially even out a game which has not started well for you. The Swarm Host can definitely change the vibe of how a game is going, right? And the direction of a game. A lot of the time when you play Swarm Host, it's going to slow the game down for your opponent because they have to be very slow and systematic about how you deal with, you know, free units. So it really changes the fact that, you know, MaxPax would have headed in this game and maybe would like to just trade. Trading into free units does not feel good, so it gives that efficiency back to the side of SHIN. That definitely helps. Nidus still coming through. Nidus network is about to finish. I'm just going to get a whole chunk of units all moving through together here right now, so they're going to go together as one. Out and across we go. +2 attack, +2 air weapons, all continuing in. Swarm's going to step forward. There's going to be a Time Warp coming down. The Locusts are going to pop up. The Roaches are going to step forward as well. In we go. The Mothership going to pop up the Cloaking. Just going to be seeing the Microbial Shroud coming down as well. Seeing our Carriers continue to fire. The Hydra's still stepping through. Carriers still taking some shots. Microbial Shroud being used is not exactly a great sign that you've got the best setup possible here at SHIN, but pushing through with it. I mean, the Carriers are surviving, but they're low on Interceptor counts. We need more Hydras, we need more Lings. I mean, this is very aggressive. This does not really last forever at all. And that's the problem, right, is that these units do not, you know, this push from SHIN does not really last forever, but we're going to get a Locust there again. They can hit the mineral line and be very annoying. So that's definitely going to be a little bit of a factor too. Just going to be seeing those Carriers still stepping forward. Just going to be seeing the Carriers continue to come around for now. I mean, the Carrier count grows. A Tempest on the way out, a new Mothership coming through here as well. Replacing the one that we've lost, but SHIN currently is busting through this forward base, and this fourth is going to go down, so SHIN is going to lose that immediately. It's going to keep stepping forward. The Lings are going to be there. A few more hits coming about as well. We've got Locusts over on the right side. They're going to come dropping through. They are going to hit the natural as well. So now you've lost the fourth and you've lost the natural. And so disastrous few moments here on the side of MaxPax. So SHIN is getting work done. He still just needs to deal with these Carriers though, right? He's going to need to take one final fight against that air army. For all the damage that he's done, that is definitely the biggest issue of the moment. And just come back down. And away we go. Just going to be seeing the +3 attack coming through. Couple more Interceptors coming out as well. Storm still coming up. Nexus on the way. We've got 15 Corruptors building as we continue to get going once more. The Lings is going to make their way forward to begin with. Carriers. And Tempest, like I say, it's going to be the air army that's just going to be difficult to get rid of. For everything that we've done here is SHIN. We just got to figure out a way to actually kill that off. As once again, Locusts get the job done. They hit the third base. That goes down. We're rebuilding the natural and fourth. MaxPax in trouble, and the Corruptors are about to arrive. And that's it. That's what I'm talking about. We need a way to fight this air army. Corruptors are going to be it. SHIN is looking to win 3 in a row and to put himself onto the verge of victory in this grand final. Absolutely dominant PvZ from him so far, and just a set of different games as well. See our Swarm is still gathering. The Hydra's poking up the front. A couple of probes just going to get picked from afar. I mean, you're basically here as SHIN just kind of tempting this air army into an exposed position. We're actually going to go for it. Splits the Corruptors. In we dive. Carriers are going to get jumped on. As the Hydras continue to fight, the Carriers will drop. A couple of Archons on the ground may get morphed in, but don't think they're going to make much difference as Most of the air army goes down. MaxPax will not be able to hold from there, and that is going to be a 3-1 lead here from Shin, as he is absolutely monster moding through this grand final. Shin is absolutely killing it, no? I mean, just straight up absolutely killing it right now. A 3-1 lead is extremely impressive against MaxPax. I mean, that is actually kind of crazy as we get ready to go into our game number 5, with MaxPax needing to win to stay alive in this tournament. He's not won an actual map yet. He was only taking his winner bracket advantage as Shin. So far, recently, seems to just be like, hey, by the way, I've got MaxPax's number. Isn't that lovely? Yes, it is for you, Shin. Abso-freaking-lutely. Alright, we'll take a minute and we'll kick this off. Thank you again for joining us today, guys. Thank you for some of the level ups in the Star Trek Fleet Command sponsorship. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. You guys rock. Alright, we'll get set back up here a couple moments. Get this back on track. Get ready to kick this off. I think we'll give it 15 more seconds and we'll get this going, as MaxPax needs to win here to keep this series alive. How possible is that one? Gotta find out. Let's go into it. Game number 5. Shin leads 3-1. What a dominant performance from Shin. Just gotta say that again. Like, he is absolutely knocking the socks off MaxPax at the moment. And MaxPax ain't happy about it. Alright, in game we go. Whispers of Gold. Not how I thought this final was going to go, because like I say, usually these two are competitive and back and forth. But this has been a dominantly one-sided series so far. Bottom right corner, our red Protoss player is MaxPax, as in the top left, our blue Zerg, Shin. Shin leading 3-1 in this series. Gary BP, thank you so much for the 30-month resub on the Prime. Just going for Shin and month at the same time. Minth, apparently. Yeah, so MaxPax did lose to Shin the last couple of times they played, but there's a little bit more competitive than this, first of all, and also, like I say, like if you look at their history, it's been kind of a couple wins for MaxPax, a couple wins for Shin. This would be 3 wins in a row for Shin, and Shin looking as dominant as he has done in the series between these guys. I think that is a statement. Very interesting period here between MaxPax and Shin in this little rivalry they've definitely had going as of late. Hatch Gas and Pool coming through. The Gateway is coming up with a probe in production. Got ourselves settled down here for a few moments. Yo, Eternal007, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thanks for keeping SC alive. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and keeping the stream alive. Would not be doing it without you all. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cybercore's about to finish. The simulator coming through. We'll continue to get settled here. Once we get this adept out, we'll be able to get across the map with said adept for the early stages and go from there. Obviously, we also have a probe just nibbling on the other side. A little bit of something to watch, at least. MaxPax tries to step into this series. Or has it just already gone too far? It's pretty crazy. Adept is going to start taking some shots from a Queen. The Ling moving about as well. Just going to be having our couple of additional gateways from MaxPax. He's going to go to 3 gates, no tech structure. Definitely a change of pace from him, from that Stargate that we've seen from him up until now. So MaxPax saying that maybe it is time to switch this up. Yo, TWS 3000, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. There's the Adept stepping forward. I'm just going to shade, and actually going to already catch with the 2 Adepts that drone right there. So that's going to be a nice starting catch. 2 drones dead, and these Adepts will continue to apply pressure as MaxPax, again with the 3 gates now into the Twilight Council. Much more aggressive from the start kind of build order from him. So that's definitely going to be a little bit more of a fun start here, as a couple of Adepts get pushed back. A couple of Lings are coming through there as well. Just trying to see what we can do wherever we can for the moment. Robo facility to follow up the Twilight Council. 3 more Adepts will be in, and you see this as well right now. So now you know what's going on. Adepts going to shade over, heading down the bottom right side. Resonating Glaives coming up as well. Gonna have ourselves the Adepts continuing through. A couple more Adepts get warped in. Gonna have that Prism coming online. As yo, ApoVV, thank you as well for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, guys. Use your Prime, support the channel, help us to keep on producing StarCraft. We appreciate your support with the Primes. Don't have a Prime, can't afford a sub? Check out Star Trek Fleet Command, !star in the chat, and you can support the stream for free just by playing the game. Check that out as well. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. As this Resonating Glaives attack is coming through, 3 more gates as well. So there's going to be 6 gates off 2 bases. MaxPax is completely switching up the playstyle. I mean, he's just going super aggressive now as the Adepts work to the top. Again, the gates coming up, the Observer coming around, Roach Roaring, Lings, and Drones continue to build in as we come around the top side. A few more Adepts will get warped in as well, so we just get all of that going here. Fight will start out. SHIN is not super prepared for this. Like, he's got a lot of Lings, but Lings alone are always going to struggle against an Adept attack, right? With Glaives, there's 100% going to be scenarios there where life is going to become quite tough for you as a few more Adepts get warped in again. Just going to see that coming straight by. Lings and Roaches continue up. Pylons building in the back. He's going to wrap around, and those Adepts going to be in trouble. Queen's going to get there as well. Adepts will continue to fall. Going to see a bunch of them shading into the main base as multiple drones get chased down as well. What a position. These Lings are just going to be in trouble. I mean, they cannot get any surface area at all. Some Roaches out, but they're all over the place trying to play defense. And of course, we're warping in 6 Adepts at a time, so the numbers are rising rapidly from MaxPax because of 6 gateways. It's just not really the normal kind of amount you play with. And that's going to be tough for SHIN to really get on top of this. Now, he's only lost 6 drones so far. All it takes is a couple of moments where these Adepts overwhelm for MaxPax to do serious damage, but maybe we're not actually going to see it. Maybe we are actually going to stabilize here. Mortal Adepts, the Sentry gathering back up. Extra drones on the way through. The Zerglings are coming about. This Prism of MaxPax is going to unload a couple of Adepts down, and the Creep Tumor gets cleaned out already. Going to be a pick-off as well. Adepts going to go. Queen is going to get picked off. The Zerglings going to get a fight, and the Adepts lift back up once again. There's Yo Hargrave. Thank you so much for the 18-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for still streaming SC2. No worries. Thank you so much for still watching. Appreciate it. As our Adepts will fight one more time. A few Zerglings continue to go down. Adepts load back into the Prism. They pull back a little bit. The Immortal on the way. The Spores coming up. Well, that's still being brought in for now. All being done here is we just have the Prism turned around from the main base. That's just going to get shoved the other direction for a few moments. A couple of Ravages there as well. We'll keep an eye on things, but man. Yes, a cleanup from SHIN. Definitely damage done. As MaxPax sets up for a Mortal Adept Sentry follow-up push, it's going to be difficult to see SHIN getting the numbers he needs to defend this here, I think. I think this one's going to be pretty tough for him, but I will sit and see if we turn out, or to see if it does turn out any other way. And that lair coming through, the couple of extractors coming up. Things just whack their way through this set of rocks. Just opening up over here. The Roach Ravager gathers together. Blink still building. And probes building through. Lings and the Overseer coming online. So we'll be having our Adepts loaded back up into the Warp Prism right now. Just going to get that on the go. Just going to be having our other few Adepts coming about as well. So across we go for the moment. I mean, this is a massive army. Show me a way for SHIN to defend this and I'll be amazed. I think MaxPax is going to step back in this series. I think we are going to get a map back on the scoreboard. As you see, Corrosive Vials knocking some of those force fields down. It's a very painful start for SHIN, and now MaxPax's army clearly just way too strong. Not really much else to say, guys. We're waiting for this fight to close out. These Lings aren't going to do anything. The Ravager Vials will attempt to get involved in amongst the Adepts, but SHIN will have to say GG, and we will not be able to get ahead of ourselves just yet, for SHIN is not going to take out MaxPax. Without MaxPax at least starting to put up something of a fight, my concern is this was not the most normal of games, right? This was MaxPax doing something quirky and different. 6 gates of Adepts. To me, this is MaxPax being like, okay, my normal game plan isn't working. I need to do something very different. How many times can he bring out something different, though, you know? That's my problem. How many times can you bring up something different over the course of this? I think that's kind of a problem. I think that's kind of the problem. We'll find out, though, heading into a Game 6. We're going to go to Erahome. Man, I don't even remember this map. Erahome? Submitted to TLMC 17. Oh. Wow. So it was actually a TLMC map that never was used on ladder. I actually think I remember this one. Yeah, I think I remember it, kind of looking at it, but I was just thinking it was an old map, and I was like, I don't remember it as an old map, but that's obviously why. It's not actually an old map that was on ladder in the past. Alright, in the top right-hand side, he took a map, and so we are alive in this series. Remember, he obviously had the 1 map advantage already, so to start out with, so that does mean he's only 2 maps away from winning this. This series can turn on its head very quickly. Of course, cannot make any mistakes. It's MaxPax in the upper right, early probe across the map to go blocking. SHIN in the bottom left, our blue Zerg player here, as we get going into Game 6. SHIN can win the mid-season playoffs right here and now on Erahome. Let's see what happens. Forward third base, or you could take the linear base up here. This is an interesting map, because obviously this is a map which is not very well figured out. These guys don't even have memories of playing on this one, most likely, so kind of makes that a little bit intriguing for them playing this right here. So do you have SHIN with a drone going the other side? I like this. Bit of a weird map. You maybe haven't played it so much. Throw your opponent off, right? Throw your opponent off as you try to get thrown off as well. He didn't realize the hatchery didn't go down. Gets it still. The pylon was in a blocking position there initially, so that was hatchery. A little scary, you know. Nelly missed his hatch block, which would have been a bit of a waste of a drone coming across the map. As we will now see MaxPax pulling the probes to start dealing with this, very similar to what we saw with SHIN versus Nightmare early on today, if you were here with us for that one. Nightmare earlier, sorry, had 5 probes on this hatchery. And so will MaxPax right now as well. 5th probe comes down. That's just the magic number. 5 probes, the Zealot pops, Zealot plays cleanup on the hatchery, and you just don't really end up in too much trouble from that sort of a scenario, so that's exactly where we are going to for the moment. Probe still nibbling, hatch taking shots. Again, Cybercore coming through, the probe is still producing on in. That probe running around in circles, the drone continues to chase it and deal some nibbles. Oh, he gets the gas steal. That's something that Nightmare didn't allow to happen earlier. He got the probe to block the gas steal. But now you're going to take this gas, and that might throw off MaxPax's timings by just a little bit more than what it would have originally been. We double expanded home as SHIN, so he's going to go up to 3 bases himself. Link speed already on the way for himself as well. Getting that up and rolling. And there's a couple of probes, and the Zal continue to hit the extractor for a few moments. And yeah, the Adept is going to start to shade out onto the map. Away we go, down toward the bottom left side. For now, Zergling speed coming up, a couple hatcheries coming through. Ling's Queen all building in. And our Twilight Council is building up, our Nexus is on the way through. Probe and the Adept coming about, the Warp Gate's still building. A couple of Adepts are going to go shading once again. The Ling's speed will finish very shortly. Just take a few moments to get settled here. In these early stages. Again, Link speed about to be done. The Adepts are going to shade across the right-hand side, pulling back toward the natural. Nexus finishes, Adepts gather, final one's going to be there. Probe facility, gateways, and the Oracle. Not the Oracle, the Resonating Glaive starting up, so MaxPax's going to just kind of settle into what he did in the last game in a bit of a different way. Important, I think, to note is that obviously he's stepping towards just more glaive attacks now, but like I said, this is different from the last game. Last game he went Gates first, then Twilight. Also, I mean, I feel like the more you do this, the more SHIN figures out. If he just starts playing a bit safely, if he's like, okay, this is your way to win games, then let me just shut that down, and I can really do something about this. So I think he can be very happy about that as well as SHIN here, as we just see the extra gates coming online. So we are actually just going to go 6 gates on 2 bases again. Wow. MaxPax is just literally going to say, I do not have a better way to beat you than with what I did in that last game. He does not believe in the more standard game at the moment. Damn. We're heading toward the main base. Again, Resonating Glaives and the Prism coming through. The extra gates are coming online. There's a lot of Lings coming up. The Roach is in production. See our Overlord slowly moving forward here into this main base. So Overlord on a slow advance. The rest of these Zerglings are going to come up around the top side. I mean, the Adepts are gathering, but there's a lot of units on the way from SHIN, so he's going to have the unit count at the very least to deal with this. Does he have everything else that he needs, as we have a couple more Adepts warping in. The Adepts just going to sit tight here. The Roach Ravager still gathering out onto the high ground. The Adepts going to shade straight through until the Roach Ravager continues over. Those Adepts getting cleaned up straight away. The rest of the Lings coming across the other side. We continue to chase this. Just going to get a bit of a wraparound on those Adepts right here. So Adepts going to take some pretty hefty damage. And yeah, the Lings and the Roach is able to do very well on that. The Prism loading up. That's going to back away as well. Back into the center. And away we go. Again, Lings, Roaches coming up. Adepts in the Assimilator. Probes as well. Continue to produce on through here. Again, that Prism coming back over that left-hand side. Stalker going to rack away on the Overlord, so Overlord taking some damage. Lings, Roach, Ravager, all continuing up. Again, just going to be seeing our Prism moving about. Just going to have the Lings on the right-hand side making their way across as well. I mean, this attack from MaxPax never went anywhere yet. The problem is you're still on 2 bases, so you've got to go at some point. You don't make any move here, and you're just going to be in trouble, so yeah, got to do something at some stage of this right now. Going to be having our Prism continue to move across. I mean, the fact that SHIN's getting aggressive tells you a lot of what you need to know. Is we're just going to push our way up here. The Immortal on the way. MaxPax is going to need it to play defensively with. I mean, he does not have much chance with just Adepts against the Roach count. The Ravager's morphed in too. The thing is, I mean, SHIN can just pick away at the front door as well. Like, he's in no rush to make anything more serious happen. He can just sit here, pick away at the gates. Just get some free, I say free damage, but there is an Immortal out now that was chipping at the Roaches, so it wasn't completely free, but pretty good going, to be fair, for the most part. A few more Biles, Cybercourt taking damage. will go down as well, so that's going to be a loss. MaxPax did not replace it yet, so that is a continued problem for him. Roach Ravager pulling back over. The Zergling's still gathering in. The Immortal about to pop. Gateway and the Cybercore coming up. The Baneling Nest Lair and the Zerglings continue to produce. That's a couple more corrosive vials coming down as the Prism makes its way out down the bottom side as well. The Baneling Nest and the Lair and the Lings all continue through. The Extractor comes online as well. Just going to be seeing this Prism of MaxPax will try and head toward the main base. Not going to see much success there just yet, though. Again, the Bane Nest still coming by. The Spore Crawler in production. Is a collection of Adepts and Immortals going to step their way through from MaxPax. So just going to continue to come straight across here. MaxPax is still kind of very committed to this, so he pretty much has no choice other than to just go and to try and make something of it and make the best of what is kind of a bad situation. Shin is immediately on the counterattack into the natural that has no wall off into the third that was just trying to set up. Well, at least that's Lings that are not here, and actually I'm not sure if we have enough to fight this right now as Shin. The Ravagers are in the front as well, so the Adepts are going to be able to kill the Ravagers easily. The Banelings show up extremely late to this fight. I mean, Shin jumped on this before he was really ready to fight. The Bane's showing up now, though. I think it's still going to be good enough for him as the Adepts get crashed upon. We are going to be seeing the Prism loading up, and we will begin to retreat away. So out of there we go. I mean, okay, it was obviously Shin did a bunch of damage on the other side too. It wasn't the prettiest fight. I actually think he could have taken this fight so much better. But, yeah, a little bit of a mistake in that regard. Just going to be seeing those Lings continue to come across the map immediately and just put MaxPax onto a tough spot where he is on 2 bases. He is down in this series. Shin is on match point. And I think Shin is pretty much dotting the I's and crossing the T's on his championship name here. As he is going to get a big win, because that's going to shoot him up to the 5th/6th seed for the OSC championship bracket. That means you have to play so much less of the bracket. You start so much deeper into the bracket. It's a major advantage for sure. And that's the benefit of performing well in the mid-season playoffs. So congrats to Shin, because he is going to be able to take that away for himself. That will be a big positive. Prism loads up. The Bane speed, the Roach speed. All in the way from Shin as his army just gets better. MaxPax's army stays pretty much the same. Adept, Immortal. There's 4 Mortals, but with Banes rolling into Adepts, the front line and the tankiness of this army is going to absolutely disintegrate extremely quickly. So that's going to be an issue, and I think in general this is just an issue. As you can see, MaxPax will try and utilize some force fields, but the Ravagers bust those down. Caitlin's connecting on the Adepts already. The Roach numbers are very good. We can micro your heart out with that Prism. It is not going to make much difference. Still some Bane stuck in the back. Again, not the prettiest fight from Shin, but it don't have to be pretty when the numbers are good enough. Sometimes quantity is better than quality. And that's the case here, as Shin is just going to keep going through, chasing Immortals down. I mean, these 2 Immortals may not die for a little while because the pickup micro from MaxPax is expected to be very good. Again, Ling Roach still building up. The Spire on the way back at home. So Shin basically putting a, like, I cannot lose this game kind of stamp on this, because by going Spire, there is no world in which MaxPax is set up to defend against a Spire, right? There's just not. So yes, I like this more than kind of giving MaxPax some crazy kind of defense possibility or something like that. So you see now Ling's coming through once again. It's going to get set up immediately. Once again, just going to try and push at the front. Did we cancel the Spire? Yeah, we canceled the Spire. He just said he doesn't need it. He just thinks he can do this with pure units. I actually think the Spire was not a bad idea, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, units are also going to work, as GG is called. And Shin is going to take this series and the OSC mid-season playoffs 4-2 over MaxPax. Congratulations to Shin, who is going to take the $500 first place prize. That's seed into the OSC championship bracket as well, which is going to be amazing for him, I'm sure. And yeah, like I say, just a little boost of confidence, because this was a very good series for him against MaxPax today. It was extremely good. Guys, that was it for us in 2024. We casted thousands of hours of StarCraft 2. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you will join us again in 2025. I promise you, not much will be changing. yeah, I promise you not much will be changing. We'll just keep on casting StarCraft. If you did enjoy, obviously do consider supporting, subscribe, donate, follow, cheer. If you really enjoy, you can also check out our sponsor, Star Trek Fleet Command, !star. What better way than to start the new year playing Star Trek Fleet Command and getting to level 2, 6 and unlocking your second ship to support the stream, or going further. Thank you so much if you did it already. Again, it's a great way to support the stream for free. So do check that out. I've seen a bunch more installs going in today. You can continue to play it while I'm offline. They will still count. Things will keep coming through, the bonuses and stuff. So do check that out if you want to. Thank you again to OSC for having us today. We're going to be mentioning OSC a lot because obviously we're going to have OSC Championship starting up from the 2nd of January already as well. So that's very exciting. As Invisibles, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Bonus gifts. 2 bonus gifts from Valorant this time. Going out to Tronch Dekul, Russian Leonidas, Grumpy Thoughts, Nor Terrible, Shadow, SV Jaldia, and L. Lipton. Thank you so much, Invisibles, for the 5 and 7 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Guys, I hope you have a great New Year's Eve. I hope you have all the wishes and whatever else you wish for. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I hope you have a great rest of your year and a great start to the new year. I will not be here tomorrow. I'll be taking the day off. I'll be back on the 2nd of January for more StarCraft 2, as we'll be going into OSC Championship Challenger brackets. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. I don't have anything else left to add. I hope you, like I said, just have a great day. I'm going to run some ads on the outro. I'll see if there's anyone to host. I will host someone if there's someone eligible to be hosted, and I will catch you guys on Thursday. You guys have a great rest of your day. Take care of yourselves. Happy New Year. And congratulations once again to SHIN, champion of the OSC Mid-Season Playoffs 2, and grabbing himself that seed for the OSC Championship.